Hey everybody, it's the Modern Native. So, because I complained to StreamYard about my audio quality, they upgraded me for a week for free to the Essentials plan. So, I'm going to do a live stream marathon, bring you guys along on the day in the life. So, the only thing you missed so far is I took the dogs out. Well, first off, fishing with Big Mike. So the only thing everybody missed is I woke up at 5 o'clock, made breakfast for the wife before she went to work. Then filmed a couple of videos, took the dogs out, and rolled myself some smokes for the day. So that's what everybody missed so far. Now it's a water run. So I'm going to take everybody on that. And switching this over to my Bluetooth, it stays awesome. According to this, it still is working. So thanks for joining, Big Mike. How you doing today? Getting some stuff set before I go outside. Already checked the wood stove. So, because I'm not going to be able to hold the phone and walk with the buckets, I'm going to set it up so that way you guys can see the scenery and see me walking down to the creek to do my water run. So, hope everybody enjoys today. I'm going to be doing a marathon. What's going on, the Canadian fishing musician? Doing good, Mike? That's good. How's it going, Rich? Whew. 5 buckets. So, Rich, I don't know if you were there for that live stream, but I was having a real bad audio issue the other night, and I complained to StreamYard about it, so they upgraded me to the Essentials plan for a week. So I have, I think it was like 50 hours now for the next week. So I'm doing a marathon. I'm going to be doing my fundraiser and taking everybody on the day in the life. So people will get a nice image as to what's going on. Yeah, I saw that you were up all night. I saw you were on when I went to sleep at 2:30. Then I woke up at 5. I was chilling out for a few minutes, and I scrolled through, and I was like, "Oh, he's still alive. Man's a beast." But I get it if you got to go to sleep. Absolutely understand that. I was actually going to go back to bed, and then I saw the email, and I was like, "Woo! I got 50 hours marathon." So I'm hoping my Bluetooth will stay connected for the whole distance, but it might disconnect and reconnect. I'm gonna set you guys up on the wood pile. Got a little bit of snow coming in today. Don't fall over while I'm trying. I said don't fall over. I feel you. I haven't done any fishing in quite some time. My license expired, and I haven't redone that yet. So I'll be right over here when I go to get the water. So if you do want to come up, let me know. I'm kind of just doing it on the fly, playing it by ear. I'm not going to have a ton of people up on panel, but like one at a time. And I need a license if I'm going to fish anywhere else other than this creek. DEC is kind of on that. But I will be back. Should only take me a minute. Oh. Well, see, the U.S. and New York only recognizes it if you have a tribal card. I don't feel the need to be recognized by the government for them to tell me that I'm native. So I don't have a tribal card. So they don't recognize me, and I don't have that free pass to practice my traditions anywhere other than my private property. So that's how it is. Land of the free, my ass. Land of pay your taxes and pay me money, or else you don't get to do shit. Well, that definitely. One more. Hey, Tasha. Whew. Could you actually hear me the whole time? Yes. I don't know, because it didn't say disconnected, reconnected kind of thing. So, but yeah, and also with the whole having the tribal card and being able to practice your tradition, it still has to be on reservation land. So, wouldn't matter for me anyway. There's no reservations around here. Whew. And I mean, even though I was away from the camera, it was still a nice scenery. Could you see me though, walking out there? There he be. Gallon?
What's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could barely, like, you were talking, but it was like it wasn't cut. It was just cutting in and out.
Yeah, it's because I was just in range, so it was like getting a signal every now and then. Could you see me though? I don't know if I got that
just
angle right.
barely. No, once you were down at the water, couldn't see.
Oh, I had to bend down, and there's a berm anyway. I knew you weren't going to see me then.
That's okay.
I got to reach down through like a foot of ice.
I'm gonna share this out. I'm gonna share it out for you and see if we can.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. It's the least I can do. I felt bad, man. I really wanted to help you and host that event, but Judy, she has issues with her immune system.
Yeah, my wife too.
Yeah, she has Lyme disease. So when we got home, she was not feeling well when she hit the heat. So I tended to her, and we passed out laying down together on the bed. So.
I feel you, Mrs. Native. She's anemic, and she has a real bad immune system in the first place. So if she gets sick, it just turns into a systemic infection. So the slightest cold or anything else, she's totally down, and everything is infected, and she don't feel good, and just it sucks. Gotta hate when the lady's not feeling good. But I understood. Like you said, it was same day notice isn't exactly a big heads up, but with how I do things here, I don't really have the opportunity to plan things, and when I try to plan them, it gets messed up. Like I was like 20 minutes late doing this. So.
All right. Sorry. Finish off the chat. Grey Wolf Outdoors. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Cliff? I'm gonna go get my other buckets.
Yes, sir. This way, if anybody comes in, I can talk with you and prove that you're there.
I should only cut out for a second. I'll be out of range right when I get to the buckets.
Yeah, I feel for you, man. We do the same thing. We have to collect the water and stuff. That's a constant routine.
Oh yeah, we don't have running water yet.
No, we don't either. Not till the summer or spring, anyways, till it warms up. I'd end up hurting my trailer hardcore if I ran water to it through the winter.
Oh, I've got to still set up the running water. It's I'm gonna set up a hydrocycle system.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, I'll still have to fill that, but at least I can just pipe that from the creek up the hill. It comes out of a spring.
Yeah.
There I am.
So how's your girlfriend doing now? Is she doing better? Has she been able to go to work yet?
Yeah, my wife. She's at work right now, and we're just we're having a little issue trying to find a way to get her home tonight. Still waiting on word from her about that. There was a little confusion on what her ride meant. She said, I'll pick you up if I can. But I think she was talking about hanging out later this afternoon. But there wasn't a lot of clarity there, so she talked to her this morning. But as soon as she gets to work, she can't text. So I have to wait until she has a break or when she's off, which kind of sucks because talk about short notice. I'm off work. I don't have a ride.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can ask the old guy here to go down and pick her up, but he's not too thrilled about the prospect of helping out with rides. So he'll take me down to town to go shopping, but that's only because he's going down to town to do his shopping. Going down to pick her up or take her to work in the morning not too excited about doing that.
Tasha says hi. I don't know how to pronounce the first name. You might be able to help me. I tried to find their channel to hook set them and send some love, but I couldn't find
she calls herself Mother Trucker.
Mother Trucker. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now. Abbreviation.
Yeah. She was a truck driver for a while, if I remember right. That's the wife's aunt.
Nice. Yeah, I couldn't find her channel. I want to hook set her. Say thanks for, visiting. When I'm in somebody's stream, I go out. When I go and find people, I put, a shout out for both people, right? Like, hey, thanks for visiting Modern Native Stream. I found you there. That way they keep visiting your stream. They know that they're getting support through your streams.
Oh, yeah. Most of her support comes from me because I convinced her to start the channel.
Awesome. Wicked.
She does artwork and carvings and stuff like that. And I was like, well, do a YouTube. Well, I have you moderated, don't I?
But when I click, I highlighted her name and then put it on YouTube to look it up. And I put on the YouTube filter. I looked up channels, and it says nothing to be found.
Well, Tasha has a wrench. Tasha, drop your link so he can pick you up.
Because sometimes it's difficult.
Excuse me.
YouTube only likes to show the big guns sometimes.
Oh, yeah. And it gets really difficult when you've got people like Sandy Toes. That's one I could not find for the life of me because there was 700 Sandy Toes. And I'm like, trying to match your picture to these freaking names, but I can't find you.
Yeah.
Spent 10 minutes, and then someone dropped the link, and I was like, well, there we go.
If any time you're in that situation in our streams, don't be shy to be like, hey, man, I can't, do your job. So now cool. Now I think I can.
Yeah, she's got a couple of videos up. She's done some painting, and I think some drawings.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I see some drawings. I was a drawer my whole life as a kid, growing up right into high school. I was a painter and a drawer, so I can really appreciate this channel. Thanks, man.
I sketched for a while. One of my first sketches was took 10 pages, but I sketched out the phases of a lunar eclipse. It was kind of freaking awesome. It was my first lunar eclipse as a kid.
Yeah. Pardon my yawning.
It's all right. I'm huffing and puffing, so.
Yeah. I thought you were in Canada this whole time, man. It was just the other stream. I'm like, hey, my Canadian brother. Everybody's like, he's not from Canada.
So was I. I was like, no. Upstate New York.
I got you confused.
It looks like Canada most of the time.
Res. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I'm jealous, man. I'd love to be where you're at. Like, I kind of am, but I don't have the property of that. I have to, walk 10 minutes down the dirt road to get to the creek, But just to have that, man, I know you're going through some things and stuff and your struggles, but buddy, just being, man enough to take on those elements and those challenges and keep moving forward. Good on you, buddy.
I appreciate that. Let me make sure that you got a wrench here. Got my other phone. Using the old guy's Wi-Fi. Yeah. Cliff, what you got to do is you click on the circle next to their name, their little icon. You go, there's an option that says go to channel. And then when you're there, the top 3 dots in the top right corner, you click that and it'll say share. And then one of the options should be copy link. and then you come back, you write their name, and then paste the link behind it. Oh no, you are not moderated. There you go. There's your wrench.
Sometimes it bumps us, man. I don't understand why they do that, but like you've been a constant person in my streams, and I've had you moderate many of them, and then the last time you were in, you didn't have your wrench. I said, well, I've had you modded for like at least 3 or 4 streams you've been in with me and my girlfriend. So I don't understand. I don't know why that happens, but apparently, I don't know. Rumor has it that YouTube's cracking down on it, but I don't know any of that. I haven't seen anything on it.
I don't know about the whole one moderator per 50 subscribers. I don't know about that bullshit, but I know Outdoors with BigMatt, he had me moderated like a month ago, and twice now when I've come in, he's like, "What the hell? Where's your wrench?" And he's got to remod me.
Really? Eh?
Yeah, it's a couple weeks ago. YouTube did an update, and a lot of different things got reset, and that's where a lot of people lost their subscribers, and they had that dip.
Yeah.
They even posted to one of the educational YouTube channels that I watch about YouTube, vidIQ. Yep. They even posted a message. They posted a message directly to them and was like, "You will see a significant dip in your subscriber count in the next few days as we remove spam accounts from your channel." So they were doing that across the board.
Yep. Yeah, I watch vidIQ. I actually save a lot of their videos on my playlists because, it's another level up there. So, like, I sit back and watch, but they actually booted me from a chat one time. One of my first times in the chat, I said hi, they said hi, and I said, hey, live music, blah, 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 come check it out with an arrow to my channel. And the guy said, not the moderator, the guy with the prep cut, but another fella. He put a post on there, put me on timeout, kicked me out of there, and said, Canadian hamstring is weak.
Yeah,
come back,
Cliff.
So they don't like that.
It'll say after you click share, it'll say copy to clipboard or copy link, and then that'll be, you can come in and hit paste, and it'll paste that link. But yeah, they are super stingy about it, man. I didn't even say anything. Like, I didn't even say anything about people coming to my channel or anything else. They were talking about the different methods people use to get people. And I was like, one of the things I do is I offer a free gift to all of my subscribers and something special for my top supporters, just to show my appreciation for.
Yeah, they're against that.
And they were like, no sharing links. And then I went to go type. I was like, I didn't share a link. And I was already on timeout. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I didn't even do anything. I was adding to the conversation, but whatever.
No, actually, believe it or not, I seen a video on them talking exactly about that with the gift giveaways and all that, and I had to step out of the stream. They were pretty harsh about it. They said, okay, now you've done it over 1,000. Now how do you keep those 1,000 subs if you've already given 3/4 of your prizes away? What are you going to do for 10 million? And he says, how does the chain stop? He says, what if you decide one day you don't want to give giveaways no more? What happens to your sub count? I'm like, well, that's not true. You're giving back.
I wonder if they were talking shit about me that day.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, but you're giving back to the people that are helping you. You know what I mean? And supporting you. Why would that be a hindrance to your channel? I have no understanding of that.
Exactly. Like, I started doing the walking stick thing, and even though I'm not getting a ton of donations, I've got a few, but even though I'm not getting a ton of them, I'm getting a ton of subscribers because they appreciate that I'm showing that appreciation for the people who support me.
I know me and Judy have talked. We're just waiting on a couple things, but we're definitely going to help you out with that. We just got to have a couple things come into play. But I know Judy definitely wants a walking stick. She wants one for sure. So.
And I know you're having issues with your PayPal account, so I know you're going through something
that's the only issue. As soon as that lines up, I could send you money right now, but for some reason, and what's funny is I could see them holding it if I wanted to transfer the money to my personal account, But if I'm spending money online and I wanted to send you money through PayPal just using this, then why hold it? I don't even want to take the money out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to use it on my channel, and now I can't. So it was pretty frustrating. I wanted to get all the stickers. Nice.
Yeah, and Tasha, the only reason that he was saying about putting your name was because you don't have the custom URL, so your name isn't behind that backslash. So
Yeah.
generally, it's a good idea to put the person's name if they're doing that, so they know who they're going to click on. Plus, it makes people want to click on more if they want to specifically support you.
Yeah. Another trick I learned for people that don't get to do their URL change. I learned a really cool trick that I haven't learned from anybody else. This is a cool thing. But in every single video that you post, in your tag ability, when you're allowed to put tags in there, tag your channel name in it. And so what happens is that what happened there when I couldn't find your channel, had I done that again, the only person with your name in those videos is what's going to show up at the top of the YouTube list when I go to find you. So if you put your channel in there and you hashtag that, if I go search it on YouTube, you'll be the only one with that tag of your channel. So that would put me right on there. I wouldn't even have to look up channels. I would find your videos right away as soon as I put your tag in there. So it's just kind of a little cheat just to get you started.
Also along those lines, sorry, Rich.
No, go ahead. I was done.
YouTube has this subliminal tagging thing based on what you say in your videos. They pick up the keywords and the things that you say, so you don't even have to tag everything.
Mm-hmm.
When the way I start out my videos, I say, "Hey everybody, it's the Modern Native." It's in the first 10 seconds, so YouTube picks that up every time. You can search the Modern Native on a channel that's not subscribed to me, and you don't even have to filter it out. I am the first 6
That's
pages.
Right. Yep. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, I guess you're right. You wouldn't even necessarily have to tag it if you put it in the description and stuff. You keep putting your name in there, like he's saying, then it would still act the same way because the keywords would be in every one of your videos. Backlash Machine.
Hey, Backlash.
How you doing, buddy?
Moderate him because he's an awesome dude.
He's a wicked dude. He was out there not too long ago. I didn't see much backlash when he was casting. I think he's getting a knack for it.
I hate bait casters. I backlash it every time. I got to switch it out from the filament to the spider wire. It's the only way I'm not going to backlash.
Yeah. Well, they work a lot better too. And some of the reels you see, some of the guys using that, they're able to cast that easy. They're not cheap, man. They're $300, $400, $500, some of them $600 reels. Like they got bearings on them so quick that you literally just have to lift your thumb just a little bit off, and it'll go far. I love bait casters.
I found this one.
Oh yeah, what's the brand on that? Oh, that's a Zebco. That's
Zebco.
The reels is Zebco too?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an Abu
Garcia. Yeah. I'd check and see what the age on that is. We found it. That might be somebody might like that reel and rod. Could be a good little donation kind of thing or something, or a gift.
Yeah, where I used to live, it was just sitting there next to the pond. I was like, I asked everybody who lived there, no one lost a pole. So I was like, cool, I got a new pole.
Yep. No different than Chunky there. He got that boat. Jeepers. What a find, man. Could you imagine you're just walking down the woods, buddy, and you found a boat like that? $6,000 boat? Come on now.
Oh, yeah.
Holy. I'd sell it.
I found there was a John boat at the camp that I go to, but that's kind of like a community boat kind of thing. Somebody hit a rock and it dented, and they left it there just for people to kind of paddle around a little bit, and you pull it back and flip it over to drain it out. So I went up there with some Flex Seal and the Flex Seal tape with the spray too. And I stepped on the inside, pounded it out, sealed it up, and left a little folding oar up there with a little emergency kit if anybody's up there hiking.
Wicked, man. That's cool.
Oh, I do. There's a ton of my camping spots. There's little stashes. If you know how to find it and look, you can see my little markings.
Yeah.
Generally, if you see one of my marks, you go off the trail about 10, 20 steps, find a log that's down. Behind it, you'll find a tarp covering something.
Oh, yeah. Cool. I do the same thing with my fishing spots. I will bring down, like right now I have a couple spots and I got, seating chairs down there and stuff, and they're hidden. And then I just, when I get there, they're already there.
Boo Raka.
Ooh, Raka,
Yeah,
how you doing, buddy?
I did that mainly for this one. It's a 2 mile hike, but it's a rough spot, and it's also a 16-mile hike the other way. So it was
Yeah.
one of those things. If I decided I wanted to go up there, I don't have to bring anything but my day pack with some food. I'm good. Also, if somebody's stuck up there, you know, and they happen to find it, they'll be able to be okay for a couple of days.
Oh yeah, Grey Wolf. I went to go hook that Grey Wolf. I already had him, and I commented. He had the video of the big snowstorm there that we got back
Yeah,
last
he's
year.
only 4 hours from me.
Night.
That's Cliff. He's an awesome dude. Just taking a breather. I got to go and saw some more firewood. I got a decent amount, but I want to stay ahead. It's a never-ending deal.
It's good to keep busy, man. Keep busy, keep the mind going, right?
Yeah,
so
it's been
work now.
Yeah, she'll be off. I think like noon, 1 o'clock, something like that. It's just been a rough couple of days. This has kind of been weighing on me, this whole situation, because I hate asking. I really do. Like, I hate asking people for help and being like,
I'll tell you what,
I can't handle my shit myself.
Yeah. Well, this Sunday, I'm going to dedicate my jam to the cause, and we'll put your link up there and stuff. And the whole time I'm playing, we'll push and we'll see what we can get happening for you for this Sunday, whether you're there or not.
Oh, I'll be there. Okay. Saturday, I'm doing my survival challenge, so Sunday I'm gonna be relaxing.
Cool, man. We'll do something for sure. I know Judy really likes, she takes a liking to you. She likes your channel, so.
Well, she's also my cousin, so she's gotta like me.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I noticed that. I was like, wait a minute, she has a cousin, and then I realized it. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, yes.
Because we're both part Cherokee.
Yep.
I've got 3 other tribes, but I'm part Cherokee as well. And I was like, I'm gonna just start calling you Cuzzo, because there's Judy's that are in the chat and everything else, and typing out Judith it kind of gets tedious sometimes because I'm on the fast chat. So I'm just like, hey, Cuzzo. So she's calling me Cuzzo now too. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. When she takes a liking, man, she's got a good heart. That's why I love her. She knows how to
say you definitely got a good one there. It's awesome.
Yeah, she is. I don't know what she sees in me, but I'm thankful for it.
It's the hair.
Yeah, it's probably the hair. Yeah.
And I made a joke on you when you were frozen up that one day, and then you came back and you were right there in the camera. There's that gorgeous beard.
Yeah. I haven't done anything with it in so long. I told everybody once I get to 4,000, I'm cleaning her up, clean her right up.
You got to get her to take your hair, braid it down, and then braid it into the beard for a couple of days.
Hey, that'd be all right. That'd actually be pretty cool. Thank you, Tasha. I appreciate that. You should definitely put some more drawing content out there. I think that'd be really cool. And what
she literally just started like last week.
What would really be cool, might help you a lot, is if you drew a really nice catfish picture. Like nice catfish pictures. Oh man, I'll tell you what, your channel's gonna blow right up. You might even get some work out of it. Some people may like to have some graphic designs done or have you draw their labels for them.
Oh yeah, I expect to get hitting up when I make that. I'm making an old school styled wooden lure for Mike's Fishing Home.
Yeah.
Because he's been a big supporter of mine. Even before I was doing the lives, he's been a big supporter. He's been commenting on my stuff, and he shares me out.
Good morning, Color Drop.
Hey, Color Drop. So after I make him that fishing lure and I show it off, and then he shows it off on his, I know I'm going to get hitting up. Will you make me one of those too? I want a wooden lure.
I take one. I used to love the old B News back in the day, the wooden B News back, the antique lures. They wouldn't go very deep, but man, they were probably one of the most active lures when it came to the action on the lures. The old Beanus, they were called, or Beanos, or something like that.
Yeah,
You
that
always
top
find them.
water action with that stuff.
Yeah, you always find them in Grandpa's tackle box. It's so funny because I was used to the back then. I'd be used to the rapala lures and stuff. And my grandpa would say, "Just go down there. There's lots of lures down there." And I'm telling you, there'd be spoons like this, huge spoons, and big wooden lures. And I never seen them before in my life. Uh, what happened here?
Yeah, and that audio issue that was going on last night, I don't think that was just entirely you. Like, I heard the heater you got going on, and I still hear that. It's not a big deal. But there was a serious reverb that was happening for a while, and I don't think that was you because
It was.
it stopped when somebody else got muted too.
Yes, yes, it did. I won't say who it was, but I know that
Yeah,
he does. I know 100% that he's listening to us through a speaker externally because it's happened many times. But you know, do it. Yeah, really just comes down to like the intent, I guess. If somebody's pretty good about it, as long as it's not too bad, I'm not worried about it.
it's something for me that I'm kind of big on with my channel because I always try to make sure my audio is good. I'm
Yeah.
always on her if she's watching something on her phone. I'm just like, I just need you to turn that down because I don't want it coming across while I'm doing something.
Hmm.
Because my whole thing is trying to get the retention. And like I said, I've done hundreds and hundreds of hours of research between vidIQ, channel makers, content creators, Nick Nimmin, and all those other ones.
Yeah.
I've done hundreds of hours of research through those guys, and they've done hundreds and thousands of hours of research themselves. So
Yep.
I'm getting, a few thousand hours worth of experience and knowledge from them. And that's one of the biggest things. People will drop out of a video or a live stream if the audio starts going long.
Oh, for sure. And the first 5 to 10 minutes, to be honest, like how you present yourself, or I guess the channel shout outs or whatever, tends to make a big difference. But yeah, I definitely, with vidIQ and stuff, I have some things I could send you. I don't mind helping you out with. I paid for. I have two online counselors that I have one-on-one sessions with once a week. I don't have the one guy I've dropped, but the other fella I have, I can send you a link to him. And every week I get an email of him basically giving instructions, weekly instructions, and to-do tasks, things that he's done with his channel. And I'm telling you, it helped a lot. It's big time help. That the in depth, he gives you the 10 things you should do and 10 things you shouldn't do, and it's an ebook, so you don't have to. You just sit back and listen. Just sit back and smoke a cigarette and listen to him talk, right? And I'll send you a link to it. I think you'll like it. I gave another
Yeah, for
fella.
sure.
He's been happy as heck, and his channel has been blowing right up since. So he's getting a hold of it better than me because I got to go back and listen to the guy again. You know what I mean? I only partake so much information in one session. So
Yeah, that's my biggest problem too. Is when I'm giving my YouTube advice, kind of condensing stuff down for people, so that way they don't have to go through the hundreds of hours that I've gone
yeah,
through.
yes,
They can
sir.
just look at my short little here's some of my tips and advice, and I'm trying to condense it as much as possible. My buddy, the Swamp Rat Nation, he
Oh
he
yeah.
reminded me that he reminded me about shorts. Shorts don't. I know shorts don't count for the watch hours. And then he reminded me. He goes, "Well, if you watch them on a web browser on the computer, they do." And I was like, "That's right. I forgot about that. They updated that like 2 months ago."
Huh. I didn't know that. That's why I don't have shorts on mine, just because I'm not ready to start going down that avenue. But the last video I loaded was a minute long. It was just short of a minute, and I loaded it as a YouTube video because I wanted the side angle view, but also it was a preview to a premiere. And I'm still trying to figure out if you can add an unlisted video as a preview to a premiere. I think it has to be public in order to
Yeah,
do that. So
it has to be
um,
public because an unlisted, they need the link to find it.
that's
So
right.
unless you put the link in your community, but that
Yeah,
still won't count for your watch hours or your
it won't
monetization.
count. No, doesn't count for nothing. So, but yeah, the shorts are big, definitely. I'm going to start getting into them more.
That's where like 75% of my subscribers come from is shorts. That's the reason my long form content and my lives aren't as heavy as my subscriber count because 75% of my subscribers easily come from my shorts.
Yeah, that was
It's
my
it's an
issue.
easy way to it's an easy way to get the reach,
Hmm.
but it will bring people in, and as long as it's relating to your content, it will help the algorithm know who to recommend to.
Yeah.
What's going on, Blacks? How's it going?
Oh, I'm looking at the Bud Files channel right now.
Oh, hey, Bud Files, how's it going? I didn't see you pop in. You're late. You're usually one of my first. Bud Files is an awesome supporter. They do they investigate spooky places and haunted houses and
Oh,
stuff
that's
like
what I'm
that.
noticing. Yeah, this is super cool. Wow. We got a few
They found
places
the
down here that need some investigating. One of them being an old Catholic, old war school. It's the only place it's actually. It was a place that was held for prisoners of war in World War II, I believe it was. And before that, it was a reformatory Christian school that was shut down due to improper practices. And then when it became a war camp, and then after it was a war camp, it went back to a juvenile disciplinary place for young juveniles that weren't able to be handled. So it's got some crazy history on it, and they won't tear it down because it's historical, and yet they allow the public to go in and walk around, and it's definitely something. I'll tell you, it's something interesting to look into for sure. But
So I did want to plug my thing real quick because I'm pretty sure Blacks and a couple other might not have heard about my fundraiser. Right now, I'm running a fundraiser to try to raise the money to get my Jeep fixed up and on the road, so that way I can have transportation to get down to. I got like 6 farms that want to hire me, but they're too far for me to get to, and so that way I can get the wife to and from work. Kind of having an issue with that today, so I'm trying to really hustle on getting that done. Anybody who makes a donation will get a custom crafted walking stick, and I do have one example right here of a decent little kid's walking stick, like a taller kid. And anybody who makes a donation will receive one of these, custom made to how you like it, the height you like, and any designs you want on it. I'm not super creative with the designs, but like some wood burning, some words that you want on it, your initials, channel name, things like that. I can do that. Um, Also, I will be repaying everybody who makes a donation. Uh, I do need to put cash at the in the chat and pin that. There we go. It is pinned to the top of the chat. That is our Cash App where you can make a donation. I do not have a PayPal because so far they've been screwing us over. And yeah, they charged the wife twice, but they still won't let her actually activate the account. So she contacted them to get a refund and tell them to screw off. But yeah, anything helps. Everything is appreciated, and I will be paying everybody back once I start working, get some wheels under us, and get up on our feet. Because I see it as a loan right now because I'm actively asking because we need it desperately right now. Every day, it's realizing how badly it's needed. But I did want to say congrats to the Red Road Homestead. Saw you guys just hit 1,000. That's awesome. Been watching you guys for a bit, and I know you guys been hanging out with me for a while. So definitely happy to see that. Happy to see the growth.
Oh, the Red Road Homestead. Cool.
They're a good channel. They're good people.
Oh, nice. Yep, they hit the 1K. Good for you. Good job. Now you're 1K and 1K1 or whatever.
The 1.01 or the 1.1?
Yeah, 101. I'm the 101. The one over.
Nice. So that means they're at 1,010. I mean, that's awesome though. They're getting that buffer. Okay, Tasha. The belly was talking to Cliff.
Nice.
And I won't be able to know right now if anybody does make a Cash App because it doesn't go to my phone. It goes to the wife. So it won't be until she's able to text me and is like, hey, I got a Cash App from so-and-so. No.
Well, you got my word, buddy. We're going to help you out here in a little bit. I got you, man.
No, I know. Even just hosting it, that'll help me out a lot, I'm sure, because you have a lot of really caring, want to say, I think altruistic is the word.
Oh, that's a good word.
You have a lot of caring giving people on your channel, and I see that because I know they help you out sometimes, and it's really great to have that kind of community growing. And even the people who've helped me, people have really surprised me with how much they have given with the few people who have. And I was just really shocked when the first couple that came through. I was like, holy shit, I wasn't expecting that much.
Yeah.
I mean, I was so desperate. I was offering them to the local store down here for $5. I was like, you sell it for whatever. I just need $5 a piece at least, because I can knock out 20, 30, 40 of them, give them to them, and I can make a couple $100.
Grey Wolf says, I'd be happy to hit 100. Well, I'll be happy to give you and help you out with that. We can send your channel a little extra love to help here. It'll just be a little bit later on. I'm sure Modern Native will vouch. I mean it, I'll do it.
Yep, absolutely. He's a man of his word.
So we'll try and get
I'm going to be helping
you. 70, so I'll have you at about 82, roughly.
I'll be trying to help him out, throwing him some posts. You definitely need to do some lives and some shorts. That'll definitely help you out there, Cliff.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only been doing this since June, and what's my number at right now?
You're close. I think you're at 960
38.
or something. 38.
No, I dropped again. I drop every day.
Yeah.
Every morning I drop a few.
Yeah.
Oh, YouTube was screwing me there for a month, bro. Every morning, no matter how many I got, I would get 30 in a day, and I'd wake up and be back at 866 every morning. 866.
Yeah,
like,
hello, Red Road Homestead. I'm sure you noticed I hooked at you, left a comment behind. I like to make sure that my stuff sticks, so you might find me on a few of your videos just to make sure that YouTube doesn't do exactly what he's saying and disconnect us.
Grey Wolf, yours should.
My
you have 70. You should be able to.
Doesn't conform to guidelines.
Have you checked it recently? Because they did switch it the last month or so. They switched it to where people with 50 subscribers can go live. But the one thing you have to remember Yeah, the one thing you have to remember with that though is you can only have your number of subscribers plus 25 in the live stream. Once you hit that number, they actually won't let anyone else come in until some people leave. And when you're done, it'll mark it as private, and you got to go back in and switch it to public, and you're fine. That's the two caveats that go with that for the 50 subscriber reduction. Yeah, I know my stuff. I've been researching it.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know that.
uh, so Grey Wolf, what you might need to do is go into your web browser and do it under desktop version, and you need to activate it and then wait 24 hours for it to come up. Then you should be able to, hopefully.
I keep seeing this, and I'm getting scared of this because, like, Black Tropical Homestead said, took us 4 months to get Montanites. We lost almost 800 subs, but the shorts helped us a lot. Even though a lot are not monetized because YouTube Music, but they are a great advertisement for your channel. Well, thanks for sharing that, buddy. I just hope they don't, they've been doing that since I got over the 1,000. I've been noticing, it took a long time for me to get even over anything past. It seemed that every sub that I got, they got rid of one. And I
Yep.
believe they did that because a lot of my old followers are not on my channel anymore, are not partaking in my content because it's not just music. So I believe that, for me, I'm just happy that whoever I am gaining, at least now I have active people in my sub count instead of, 1,000 people in my sub count and only 40, 50 people being active. That's, I'm happy to see that my channel is growing in a way that matters instead of just, to see a number there. So I encourage anybody that is that their channels out there, if you have 80 subs and those 80 people or even 3/4 of them are visiting your channel and saying hi, you're doing better than I did when I first started. Because I was very conformed to my local crowd being a musician. And, they're only supported for so long. You can only share them to your family for so long.
Yeah. So I had something I wanted to share real quick. Have you ever heard of the channel Rewild University?
No.
I'm gonna share them. I'm gonna share them to the stream because I think I appreciate this dude, and he is so much like me. Like, we have so many similarities that I just, it's almost freaky sometimes. But this dude is an awesome dude, and his name is in the tag, so I don't even need to type it. He's like me. He answers every single comment that he gets, even though he's at, like, I think it was like 56,000 subscribers. He answers every comment he gets. It may take him a day or two to get to it, but he's one of the few that his videos hit me deep. Like, he's one of those very thoughtful people, and his videos just really, he makes me emotional some mornings because now it's a morning routine. We watch one of his videos to start off the day because the tone, the vibe, the feel of it, it just is a really great start for the day. And he and I have been corresponding back and forth through comments every day. And it's just, he's an awesome dude, and I wanted to give him a shout out. I haven't actually shouted him out on my channel yet. So, Rewild University, the link is in the chat. I definitely suggest people go and check him out and let them know the Modern Native sent you.
Yeah, that's what I do. Anybody that I hook set through your channel, I tell them, I say thanks for this, thanks for the support or the channel.
That's awesome. I just got the notification for a comment that he was responding to, and it's just super sweet. I'm trying to get him to come up. He's in Wisconsin. I'm trying to get him to come over and hang out one time. They said if they're ever up this way, they'll stop by. But, we'll see. Oh.
Don't forget to hit
Oh,
those
did I miss
likes.
Victoria? Oh yeah, definitely. I'd appreciate a like. Definitely helps me out. Kicks me up the live list.
Yep.
Hi,
All right.
Victoria. How you doing? Victoria May is a really good one. She's always hanging out in my chats and always hanging out. Ugh.
Victoria.
Yeah, Tasha is a YouTube fiend now.
Oh,
She's easily
Victoria
given me a
says,
couple of 100 hours of watch hours.
Victoria says, hello everyone. I'm going through a lot and need prayers for my niece who is life lighted. Oh no. To see how houseboat after being hit by a truck. Oh my lord, I'm so sorry to hear that. My prayers go out to you. That's very, very traumatic. I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I. I will send you my good thoughts and my good vibes. I'm honest to everybody. I don't pray. It's not my belief. I pray to my
I
ancestors, but
That's exact. When I do, if I do, I say to people, I say, I'm conversating with my higher power. I don't
as
use
you
the
know it.
word as I know it. That's right. And so,
I loved that. I put that in the chat when you were praying for someone. I was like, I heard you say, "To my higher power, as I know him, or as I know you."
yes, as
And
I
I was like,
understand.
I love that.
Yeah, that's that's a very firm belief that I have. Is that you know the theory is right, the concept and giving a label to it. Not too keen on anything
Yeah,
to do with a higher power. Whatever
I've never
gets
really
you
been
through
big on.
today, whatever gets you through today, thank that person, thank that entity, whatever gets you through there. And sometimes it can be yourself. People need their own, you gotta give yourself a pat on the back sometimes too.
MB Heritage Farms. You know, I struggle with self-esteem. I always have since I was a kid. Um, Growing up, I had a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress, and I was severely obese. I was 5'5", but I was 260. I was almost as wide as I was tall because all of my weight was above the waist. So it's like I was huge. I had a joke where you could push me over and I was still the same height, and I got picked on a lot. So I've always struggled with the self-esteem issues, and even now I still kind of have that self-doubt in the back of my head kind of thing. Um,
Yes, sir.
the wife always tells me how awesome and amazing I am, but she's the wife. She's supposed to tell me that. But it's not until I have people just randomly on my channel, um, like you when you popped up and when I came inside and you were talking about um, trying to think of the phrase you said, uh, being man enough to fight through the elements or something like that.
That's right. Yes, sir. Yeah. Just to get through the
Uh,
challenges, man.
that always hits me real close to home because you are giving me an affirmation that is not needed, that I am doing good, I am representing well, and I'm man enough, which I hate that phrase. I hate manning up. I hate, man enough. I hate those phrases, but it's, you know, it's things like that that really get me. And when I was doing my wood splitting video, everybody was like, "Wow, you did a lot of work there in a short amount of time. You really powered through that. That was a lot, man." And it's just simple things like that. You have no idea how much that will affect someone's day, and so much of the feedback and the interaction I've had has really just made me feel so good about my life and where I am and how I'm doing things, that I'm just in Rocky Mountain Life Prospecting. That day I did that big channel shout out where I shouted out you, Mike's Fishing Home, and everybody else I could think of off the top of my head. That was inspired because of Rocky Mountain Life Prospecting. I can't remember if it was the more today means less tomorrow or pain helps you survive. One of them, he kind of left like a generic comment, which I don't want to say generic, but it was just kind of like a base comment. He didn't really go into depth, and I thanked him for
Yeah.
his comment. And thanked him for watching the video and everything else. And then he left me a very thoughtful, if more people watch videos like yours, they'd find themselves in less life-threatening situations or be able to survive better. I'm a search and rescue guy that's at 14,000 feet elevation plus, and I have to deal with these rescues all the time. I would be dealing with a lot less if people took the time to watch videos like yours. And I'm just like, that hit me. I was like, man, that just makes me feel so good about what I'm sharing, and that someone who lives that life, is affirming my knowledge that I'm sharing. Is just like, it really made me solidify into really going hard into this. Like, I go hard into it anyway, but like, he definitely gave me a confidence boost.
Yes, sir.
And Uga, how's it going?
Pretty cool channel, Victoria. I left a little comment in there for you, leaving my prayers as well for your loved ones and friends. I'm sorry to hear the events that have happened, and I hope that they may find peace and know that they are loved, and that their own self willpower will allow them to rise above and see some great things in the future.
I forgot I have to do it on this phone. I was trying to throw one up on here. There. Give her a moment so people can see that, and remember to keep her in her thoughts.
Now we're homeschooling them. What did Graham say? I pulled my 14. Oh no. Sorry, Grey Wolf. I thought you were talking about we're homeschooling modern native, but apparently not. He says I pulled my 14-year-old from school because he has brain injury from illness as a little baby. And 2, he's overweight. He was bullied. So the school wasn't doing a thing. Well, homeschooling has seemed to be a little bit more. It's getting more accepted now, based on what the world's kind of offering, especially as far as the public view. So, I mean, I was bullied as a kid growing up, right up until about high school, grade 9. I actually dropped out of grade 9 because of it, and then went back and graduated later. But so I can definitely feel what you're feeling, and I can tell you that the best thing for bullying is, I know it's hard, but to teach them how to be well spoken and deal with conflict in a way without offending. People that are really good with their words seem to be able to get out of situations. You know what I mean?
That's one thing growing up that I learned real fast. Like I said, because I was overweight and I came from a poor family. I was the fat welfare dirtbag. That's the way they saw me.
That's right. That's what they called me, the welfare dirtbag.
Yep. So when I moved schools, when I got bullied for quite a long time, and when I realized that even though I was fat, I had a lot of muscle underneath because of the amount of weight I was pulling around all the time. Just moving your own body around when you got extra weight, you end up building quite a bit of muscle underneath that you just don't realize is there. And I realized I could throw my weight around. I started actually getting into fights and defending myself, and people learned not to deal with that with me. And eventually, I didn't have to anymore. My reputation stood out for itself, that you don't mess with him because he's not going to deal with it. And so I started defending people who were getting picked on terribly. One of the first things where in my new school, when I finally stood up, this kid, he was like 5'11", but he was like 110 pounds soaking wet, maybe. And the footballers, the whole lineback crew went running by me one time when I'm leaning on the wall before school starts, the whole kind of hangout time before school starts. I was leaning on the wall with my girlfriend at the time, and I just see them blitz by. I start hearing the thumping. I see a shirt go flying. It was the same shirt that my best friend wore. So I took off and barreled through them and got between them and whoever they were beating on. I didn't even see who it was yet, and I just stood between them. And I was like, if you want to touch him, go through me. 6-on-1, and they still backed off because they knew who I was. And I was in a really rough school, and they knew I always carried a knife, even in school.
Yep.
You had to be slick. I had to be slick. I had lockers for people that I could go and stash it into if I was getting called to the guidance office out of nowhere. I was like, oh, I'm getting searched. Let me get rid of this. But it was just the mindset at the time. I wasn't, the way my family was and my lifestyle was and my childhood, I didn't quite learn that well-spoken way to be able to combat that. So my response was, when you deal with aggression, you have to show that you're going to be more aggressive. So that was my way of dealing with it. That was my mindset at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so they backed off, and then I realized that it was, the scrawny kid. And from that day on, I was protecting him. Nobody messed with him because they knew that I was protecting him. If they were messing with him, they were messing with me. That's my boy. And I had a whole group. I would walk people home. I took 3 hours to get home because we walked in a group. I walked each one to their house, and we walked together. Yeah, Victoria, she's out at work right now. Still hoping she has a ride home. Still waiting on word for that.
Ooh, getting tired. Getting a little. Second wind to come on me.
And I know how to fish, Gray Wolf.
Yeah.
Someone needs to break the curse. I need some charm or rune or something to wear around my neck to call the fish. Oh, man, The snow's coming down heavy.
Is it? Should show us.
Yeah.
I love a good snowfall.
I don't know how well it'll come through.
Oh, yeah. Yep. You can just, you can see it. Oh, yeah. It's funny. I just wish it wasn't so cold, man, because the snow is beautiful, and there's so much you can do, in that type of environment. But when it's cold, what do you do, man?
Well, luckily, with my overall nerve damage and then my most recent nerve damage, I don't feel the cold. I don't feel the heat, and I'm not feeling pain now, so that's new.
Really?
The last few weeks, man, I have not felt pain. I was pulling scrap metal off of a pickup truck for the neighbor, and it was just the springs from a mattress.
Yep.
And there was a pile of them in the back of the truck, and they were kind of frozen in. I was pulling one. It would not move. I gave it a hard tug, wouldn't move, and then I gave it a hard tug, and it was completely free. Like, no resistance whatsoever. So it was that, and I went back. So I had that split-second choice. Do I keep control of the metal spring bed to keep it from falling on top of me, or do I catch myself? Well, my instant thought was, oh, there's a snowbank behind me. Oh, well. Yeah, it was one of those where it was fluffy snow that totally froze. Yeah, well, it was fluffy snow that totally froze. So when I fell, it had no more body to it, and it just kind of dusted. And I went right into a pile of planks, wood planks.
Oh.
And the corner caught me right there. Dead center of my spine. I had 3 discs that have been out for years. And I've been dealing with constant pain for years. Since I was in 6th grade. And I had constant body pain all over. Man, I hit that. All 3 discs went in line, if not just a little too far. No pain.
Really?
But it's not like it cured the pain that I was dealing with. No, no pain.
Yeah.
I can't
Crazy.
feel pain anymore. I slashed myself. I gave myself a concussion the next day. My shoulder slipped out of place 2 days later. And I come inside, I'm looking like this, and the wife's like, "What's wrong?" I was like, what are you talking about?" She goes, You're leaning. I was like, "My back's straight," because my back was straight. And my shoulder was 2 inches too low. And I was like, oh, my shoulder's not working. Must be out of place.
Oh,
Couldn't feel it.
Color Drop says you got an adjustment.
Yeah, but it was a rough adjustment. Um, Pretty sure that's right in the right in that section of my spine. It's right in the main nerve center passage that translates the body pain. That helps
Yeah.
you get the signals. I don't think I'm getting those signals anymore, so I don't know if it's just pinched and I'm not getting it, or it severed those freaking nerves. But yeah, I feel nothing. I'm hoping after my survival challenge, that dip in the freezing creek, that might help reset my electronics more or less.
Yeah.
There's a lot of studies on it that really helps with
Circulation.
the circulation, your nerves, and everything else, because it shocks them. So
Mhm.
I'm hoping that'll kind of jumpstart me and might fix it. As much as I'm really enjoying not dealing with pain, I have crashed out twice from pushing myself too far because I'm not feeling that warning. You know, my body hurts. It's not trying to work. I need to stop. I need to slow down. So I did that whole video about pain helps you survive, and I was like, pain helps you survive, but not me because I can't feel it now.
Yeah. Well,
So
that
I have to be
too.
super.
You don't want to overwork your body too hard. You might do other injuries, right?
Yeah, I overwork myself all the time, even when I was dealing with pain, because I'm so used to dealing with it. I had a huge pain tolerance.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had 93 concussions. So I had brain damage, but it's really hard to explain because some people don't understand it. It was brain damage, but it's kind of like the opposite of what normally happens. Instead of losing brain activity, I actually have hyperactivity.
Oh
They
yeah.
did an EEG with the electrodes on your head. They have you go to sleep, check your brain patterns and all of that. They had 3 technicians come and check, make sure that she did it right. They did the probes twice on me to make sure that they were actually fitting the right way. And then they had someone check my pulse like 3 times while I was sleeping to make sure I was actually sleeping. Even while sleeping, I have 30% more activity in my brain, like more area active, and it's firing 30% faster than the
Wow.
average person. So they said that's pretty much you are using, instead of 10% of your brain, you're using 13% at 130%. So that's why my mind works so fast and why I kind of talk so fast and so much, because even while I'm talking to you, I have my next 2 sentences already queued up, ready to go.
Yeah. Have a good day with your grandma, Tasha.
Alrighty, Tasha. Tell Grandma I love her and I hope she's feeling all right today.
I
Give
can't
Ma a
wait to
hug.
see more drawing content. It'll be cool, but yeah, definitely. If you could draw some fish, that'd be cool.
And thank you, Red Road.
I'd be interested in having somebody draw a logo for me.
And I always have a cigarette while I'm fishing. I'm always trying to hope that's going to help, and I always make an offering. I'll empty the tobacco out of the end of the butt, and I'll drop that into the water, and then put the butt in my pocket. It's a little offering to the water spirits. She's talking about fixing my curse.
Yeah.
but but that's why I'm actually taking a moment right now, because after the water run, I know normally when I would do the water run, I'd kind of feel a little worn out, because I know I did that kind of fast and it's only a couple minutes, but that's 40 pounds in each arm,
Yeah.
twice and a half. So, I mean, that's 80, 100, 200 pounds of water that I just pulled in.
Yeah.
through the snow and up the road and all that. So it's like I know I need to give myself a minute, but at the same time I need to stay moving because I will end up kind of crashing sometimes. If I relax too much after doing stuff, my body's like, "Oh, we're done. We're done. Okay, night." My muscles don't want to work. I don't want to get up. My joints don't want to work.
Oh,
So I always tell the wife,
Thank
she's
you.
like, "Take a break."
Thank you, Red Road Homestead. That was an awesome comment. Thank you very much.
The wife's always telling me, "Just take a break and relax for a minute," and I'm like, I can't because I'm not going to keep going. Body in motion stays in motion. Pretty sure. What is that? The second or third law of physics?
Yeah, that's right. Well, last year I had a pinched sciatic nerve, and I mean it got so bad that I couldn't get out of bed, but I still went to work because, um,
Got to go to
you
work.
know, yeah, I had to work, but I was told that sciatic damage pretty much has to work itself out, or you've got a long journey of having people come as different chiropractors and neurologic damage. Like, so I just went to work, and sure enough, lo and behold, in the warmer weather, it's been a year now since last year. I have had no sciatic issues at all. So definitely, it's true. Keeping your body in motion.
Yeah,
Keeping
the wife had a car accident and some other accidents and issues and injuries, and she had really bad sciatic problems on her right side. It got
yeah,
so bad. It got so bad that she couldn't walk. She couldn't walk, and I
yep, this
finally
is terrible,
I'm
man.
really good. I'm really good with the acupressure and kind of chiropractic adjustments and pressure points and everything else. So I was massaging her and hitting those acupressure points and hitting the pressure points and resetting her spine. And one day I finally got her good. She leaned back and I wrapped my arms behind her, got just above the sciatic nerve, and I rolled up with my knuckles. And you just heard the, and it finally got the pressure off of her spine. And I just told her, I was like, now that I did that, you need to start doing more. Like you can't relax and let it heal. You need to exercise and walk and
Yeah,
go fishing with me. And she's like, but it still hurts. And I'm like, I know, but it'll go back to what it was if you don't. Now she's doing so much better. She still has some issues, but it is 1,000% better compared to what it was.
hmm Victoria says she's going to be right back. She's just going to step outside for a second.
She's always letting me run in the background when she's doing stuff. She'll cook or take
Oh,
care of the kids or take care of the dogs. Everybody's so
awesome.
awesome with it.
That channel you put me on, by the way, the one that you said buddies similar to you, what was the name of the channel there?
Rewild University.
Oh, what a channel, buddy. First video I looked
Hey,
on, I'm like, this is awesome. Like, this guy's
yeah,
cool. Like, he's doing a lot of cool stuff on there. So.
the video I found him on was actually he did the loincloth winter survival trip overnight. He was pretty much naked. He just had a loincloth, barefoot and everything. He didn't even bring any tools.
Really?
He made a hand drill by chewing on the wood and then going up to a piece of barbed wire fence and getting the notch cut into getting to his board and actually made a fire with the hand drill. I was like, man, I wish my teeth were actually pretty good, or else I'd be doing that too. My teeth are so messed up. I can't barely chew normal food, much less chew on a piece of wood to whittle it. I had well, today's a good day for it. It's in the marathon, and I'm already an hour or so in. Uh, I had an abusive, controlling ex. Um, she was a complete psychopath, and I got trapped in the relationship for 4 years. About a year in, if we were arguing, and I got fed up and said the truth about how she was treating me, we'd be face to face, and I'd finally just have enough. I had to say something, and she would just lean back and headbutt me. and I spit out teeth.
Oh,
Every single one of my teeth are broken, cracked, or missing. It's it's rough. It actually put me in a really bad spot. It ruined my next relationship because my instinct was the violence. I was expecting it. So I don't think people understand exactly how bad stuff like that messes you up, and the fact that
oh yeah.
men can be abused too.
Oh yes. Yeah, I was in two of them. I promised and vowed that basically I would never get into relationships like that again.
Yeah, it's
Especially
I was
when the
raised not.
sympathy. Sorry, go ahead.
So sorry. You go ahead.
I was saying, especially when we, some people's guys, especially they're very naturally sympathetic and they're, very understanding and open arms. Me naturally, I tend to, you know, um, be very understanding when it comes to females. I don't like to see them being womanized or anything. It's always been something that's been a sensitive thing for me because of my upbringing and what I went through with my family and my sister and stuff. So I've always been protective in that way, and it's been my downfall sometimes. I hope for the best and accept more than I should sometimes. But this relationship,
Exactly.
oh, this relationship, I couldn't be more thankful. I never
I
thought it could exist.
I saw the abuse from my father to my mother and my sisters. He was
Mhm.
extremely violent and abusive uh, in pretty much every aspect that you can be abusive, and that's about all I'll say on him.
Yeah,
But seeing that, I was very protective over my mom and my sisters and women in general, and I vowed that I would never fight back. I would never hurt a woman. I'd never hit a woman. I'd never do any of that. And it took 4 years before I defended myself, and it was kind of just one of those snap moments. Uh, I didn't even barely even say anything, and she hauled off and cracked me in the mouth. Always a headbutt, and I spit out 6 teeth, and it was just reflex before I realized that I had picked her up by her throat and carried her across the room and threw her in a chair. And it wasn't until I felt the crack of the larynx under my hand that I realized what was happening. And I was, sometimes it sends you into that point and you don't even realize it. And but that was after 4 years of being abused, scratched, headbutted, losing most of my teeth. I was so sick at one point. I was 140 pounds at 5'10". I'm not supposed to be 140 pounds.
holy,
And so the wife and I had an agreement right from the start. Said, I respect women and I won't abuse a woman, but if you ever hit me, you are getting hit back.
yeah,
That's just plain and simple. I will not deal with that again. And I know some people may not agree with that or whatever else, but to me, that is true equality. Nobody has the right to be abused. Everybody has the right to defend themselves. So I know, some people may not agree with that. Some people may feel a certain way, but until you've lived through that, you don't really have a place to have an opinion on that.
yeah. I figured out a way. I finally had to do it, and she didn't like it. After 3 times doing it, she left, and that was to just bear hug her and sit down. Every time she tried and
I
hit me and swing at me, I just wrap my arms around her, hug her, and keep yelling at her, saying, "I love you, stop." And I would just sit on the ground and hold her until she got tired. After the third time doing that, she left. I came home, her stuff was gone.
see, I tried that. That's how I have 4 claw marks up either side of my leg.
Oh,
She
Jesus.
she reached down and hooked into the meat of my legs and just pulled up. She came up with strips of meat hanging from her hand, bro. Like I
Oh,
was bleeding out my leg, like I just had a rooster attack me.
oh,
I
man.
tried. I tried every nonviolent way to fix that and to avoid that, but it just made it worse and worse until finally I was like, I'm gonna treat you exactly how you've been treating me. So it's like, I know that's a rough conversation and everything, but I've been wanting to share that experience with people because it gives you a depth about what I've dealt with in my life, and that's just a taste of it. And
Yeah.
but that's why I'm thankful for the relationship we have. You know, we have our problems. There's issues. There always is. But that's one thing neither of us will ever deal with because she had been abused by men in the past. I've been abused by women, and we both have an agreement. You hit me, you're getting hit back. Simple as that. Because we
Yeah.
are not dealing with it.
Well, listen, buddy, I'm gonna step down for a little while here and get some shut eye. I
Ah,
appreciate you letting
leave
me up here.
leave me on that conversation.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. No, I didn't even. You're good, man. I think you're on the right path, and you and your old lady seem to be a lot active and supportive out there, and you're giving advice out to people, which is what a lot of people don't do. So I can't be more thankful for what you do and how you help me. And some of the advice I learned tonight, even just tonight with the 50 and the sub counts and stuff, and certain things like the tags, that those are important key factors, man. People will spend a long time trying to find those research, and a lot of people, they don't have the time to do that, to make the research, to give the information out to other people. So I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it a
Thank you for
lot.
that. I appreciate that.
And I'm gonna check you out here a little later. I'm gonna try and lay down for a little bit and see what happens. I may be too overtired. You know, when you're overtired, you can't go to sleep.
Yeah, you get that
That,
second win.
yeah, that might be the case. So you might see me coming back up here.
All right, you're welcome back anytime.
Yes,
Like I
sir.
said, I'm on a marathon. I'm gonna run all the way straight through. They gave me the 50 hours for the week. I'm using all freaking 50.
Good job, buddy. Yeah, good job. Well, I hope that you get over the. I think you should be able to for sure. But by the end of the
I'm
50, I'm praying and hoping you get over that 1,000. That'd be super cool because you don't need much.
No, my biggest thing is the watch hours, and I'm really grinding to try to get that Jeep money.
Yeah.
That's the marathon. That's what it's for. It's one of those. I'm gonna try to do this until I get the money worked up for it. So I'm hoping I get enough people
Well,
who
I'm
can.
gonna check. I'm gonna check. We're looking every day because any day, one of these days, they're gonna release that money. So if they do, I'll be. I said I'm gonna hit you up, man, because I know Judy really wants one of those walking sticks, and we won't be wanting the money back. If you're willing to put time into a stick like that, the way that Judy looks at it, she understands the practice and the tradition, and she understands it very well and appreciates it. So I think she more just wants your stick. And I mean that in
There's
the
so
most
many jokes that
healthiest
can go with that.
ways.
Well, it's the one time you're going to be happy that another man is giving your woman wood.
Thank you, everybody, for visiting my channel and coming here, and of course, returning to his streams. It's because of you people that allows us to just feel a little bit more confident about what we're doing. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Modern Native.
Yep. Make sure you drop your link if somebody else doesn't. Awesome dude right there. The Canadian fishing musician and outdoors. Awesome dude right there. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you and your woman. CFM Queen. And Victoria May, luckily I don't have, well, I can't say I don't have permanent damage, but I don't have that kind of permanent damage. So I definitely, maybe not fully understand, but I do understand that kind of relationship and being trapped like that. So I'm happy you got out of it and you're doing better. And highest squirrel, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Always love hanging out with you, bro. And anybody who wants to come up, I'm totally cool with that. That's awesome. That's awesome, Victoria. If anybody wants to come up, hang out, help me conversate, I'm still just taking a break for a little bit. And I will see. Come on. I can drop Canadian fishing musician. Wow, lots of comments. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And there he is. To all those who didn't have him, make sure you check out the Canadian fishing musician. Great dude right there. Happy that he was able to come up and help me out. Hold down the chat while I was talking, while I was doing the water too. Might start doing some firewood so you guys can watch the scenery and watch me saw up a log. I will mute my mic while I'm running the saw so that way you guys don't have to deal with it. I'm hoping somebody will be up hanging out. Oh, look at that. We already got a guest. Oh, hi. Hi. First time hanging out with you.
I wanted to do you a solid, if it's okay.
What's that?
Wait, I gotta fix the thing. Hold on.
I love that. Sorry, I was still listening.
Uh,
I had to mute my mic because I had to use the bathroom, but I was listening. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Do you have native heritage?
well, both sides of my family say I do. I haven't found it yet in my ancestry, except for way back in the 1800s in, I think it was like Iowa or somewhere. My relatives lived on a reservation and they had a trading home. So, that's about the closest I've ever found. I don't claim it because I can't actually find it. I'm Irish, English, and supposedly Indian on both sides. But I've, ever since I can remember, since I was a little tiny little girl, I have always loved everything to do with Native American. And it don't matter what nationality, what tribe of Native American. I simply love Native American. And if you go check out my tour of my mobile home, you'll see my collection of everything Native American that I have collected. And I obviously love Native American flute. It is the one instrument that I listen to it when I sleep, and I play it by ear. I've never learned how to play by notes or anything. I just simply play by ear. But yeah, I I've got Native American friends that tell me I'm more native than most natives they know.
That was absolutely beautiful. You played that great, and honestly, uh, um, Rich, the Canadian fishing musician, he offered to do some music for me, but I would be interested in, if you would be willing to, maybe doing a sound bite or a video clip or whatever that I could add to my channel to, like, as like an intro for these lives or my videos or whatever. Because
Uh,
I don't have any of the traditional instruments, but you played that very well and that was beautiful. I loved it. I'm very happy that you did that. That's just awesome.
I'm more than willing. I do have a couple videos on my channel that have my fountains in the background and me playing the Native American flute. You know, it's a video of the fountains, but you can hear me playing the flute in the background. Now that was the beginning of my learning to play, so yeah, I'm my worst critic, but
We all are. We all are.
uh, most people say it sounded wonderful. I think it sounded terrible.
Well, what you just did there, that was great, and that was definitely, like, I would put that with like the snow falling. That would be great. If I had had the time, I would grab put it over there. But
Well, if you want to do it right now, I can play a little bit more, and you can
uh, it, if you're gonna be hanging out while I'm doing the wood, I'll we can do that then. Uh,
okay.
I'm gonna be getting to that shortly. I'm just taking a break still, trying to make sure I take it easy. I don't want to push myself too far. Not having the pain
I will
sensation.
have to close it for like a little bit because I'm waiting on my great nephew. I watch my little great nephew. So when he shows up, I will have to mute and shut my camera off for just a second while I get him in the house and stuff. But I'll stay. I'm still in my house coat and I look terrible, so forgive me.
You're fine.
Had a rough night last night. As I was saying in the chat, my niece lost her son, my nephew. He was 24 last year in a car accident, and now I guess 3 or 4 days ago, my great niece got hit by a car and is in critical condition fighting for her life. And so she was life flighted into Seattle's hospital. And it's a struggle for them because they want to be with her, but because of what is going on, they can't go. They can't hold her hand and let her know that somebody who loves her is with her. And I think that that's the hardest part of it all, is not being able
Absolutely.
to comfort her. Um,
You're okay.
anyway, I'm trying to not start crying. But so yeah, it just that's kind of where I'm at right now, and um, so yeah, a lot of prayer that she will beat this and be strong. She's a young girl, and um, she was living a hard life. There's somebody outside, Kenny, kind of hovering by our front gate.
Well, I'm sure I can speak for the whole chat. We all have you in our thoughts. The people that pray have you in their prayers, and your great niece. Definitely hope the best for her, and I hope she's gonna pull through this. You seem like a strong woman, and I'm sure that runs in the family. So I'm sure she's got the strength inside of her to fight this.
Yeah, she's been homeless for a while, and you know, there's reasons behind that. I can't
I've
blame
been there.
nobody for choosing not to take her in. She's a sweetheart. It's just that I don't want to say too much. She was living a hard life, and because of her life, her choice was to do what she did instead of picking herself up, changing her life, and to where people would allow her in. And it's just a very sad situation. So yeah, um, some families just have a tendency to have a lot of tragedy. And my my niece is going through that right now, just losing her children. She has 4. She's lost 2. Well, not yet, God forbid, but she's lost 1. And anyway, I don't want to be gloomy.
No, it's all right. I totally understand. I'm absolutely happy with a therapeutic session. I'm totally okay with that. It's being able to share and talk and feeling free to do so is one of the things that I like to offer to people because I know that helps. It helps me because you know,
Yeah, you said you don't pray, but you do realize the Great Spirit is God, right?
well, every culture has a great entity, a creator. You know, it's
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 one
just one of
and the
those things.
same.
I
It,
personally, I don't pray to the Christian God because, well, the number of my ancestors that were
forced into
killed.
school. Yeah,
Well,
I
it's the number of my ancestors and even my farther out branched ancestors because all of us came from pretty much the same tribe coming across the Bering Strait.
right.
It's they the number of our peoples that were subjected to all sorts of horrors in God's name. I can't pray to that God because
I
that's
understand. I
just
have other Native American friends that truly are in the same frame of mind. Um,
and it's not like
some,
I throw any shade on any Christians now, but
yeah.
that's just my viewpoint. Um,
Well, the person I am is because of the God I believe in and the Savior, and so that at least that's a positive because it has made me a, a good person by believing. And
and
I've
go ahead,
seen
sorry.
prayers answered. I've
And
literally
that's where I differ.
so I have no doubts myself because I have seen prayer answered repeatedly in my own life. And I don't usually ask for prayer because I feel like, why should I ask for prayer if I can pray myself?
Yeah,
And if God's going to hear a prayer, He's going to hear my prayer. Now, I feel everything happens for a reason in life. I love my great niece. It, it's tearing me up. But ultimately, He has a choice, not me, and not anybody down here. We can say prayer. We can say prayer for my niece that she doesn't lose another child because, that's a horrible thing to happen to somebody. But ultimately, it's his choice and he has a reason for everything. So I'll leave it at that.
and where you were saying how some families just seem to be stricken with that grief and the strife in their life. Growing up, my mom found out that she had kidney failure when she was pregnant with me. She was terminal when I was 5. I started taking care of her when I was 8. I was her caretaker, and she passed away when I was 15. My father left when I was 6, and it's just one of those things that just keeps going on and on from there. And I definitely the reason that I'm not religious and I don't have that belief in the Christian God is because my whole childhood I prayed to him to make her better, and she just got worse and worse. The harder I prayed, it seems like the worse she got. And when she finally passed away, I had a very smart ass Christian say, "Well, you finally answered your prayer. She's not in pain anymore." And it's like I was already thinking about the fact that I was happy she wasn't in pain anymore, but having that be the answer to my prayers is not what I wanted. It's not. It's just that totally devastated me in that kind of frame of mind. And I can I can relate to losing children. I have lost 12.
Oh, honey.
Um, I'm I have lost 12 kids, and only one has actually, he's still alive, but I'm not in his life because his mother took off when she was pregnant. 2 weeks later, she tells me that she miscarried, and I've heard that so many times, and I've been through so many miscarriages in relationships that I was in, and so it was kind of one of those things that I didn't question it, I didn't think anything of it, and then a year later, I find out she lied. She put another man's name on the birth certificate, and then she ends up losing custody of him, and he gets put in an abusive foster care situation. And it wasn't until my foster family got custody of him that I even knew what he looked like. Um,
Yeah,
I'm not in
I
contact with them because we have our own issues. I'm not in contact with them, and it's not going to be until I'm in a situation where I can be a viable option to even get visitation. I'm not even going to fight for that because I know that fight is just going to be lost.
can I give
So,
you a positive to look at, Native?
hmm,
Look at that beautiful house you're standing in. Think of that beautiful property and the nature. You get it, go out anytime you like and just soak it in. Um, there's a lot of positives in your life. You're living off, more or less off the grid.
hmm,
A lot of people dream of that, of having what you have. So you're fortunate in the facts that you have a beautiful log home behind you, property that you can just go wander in and enjoy that nature and that scent of the pines or whatever
hmm.
trees is around you, the songs of birds, the feel of the earth on your feet in the summer, if that's what you wish.
I
A
randomly
place,
cross paths with the deer.
yeah,
Yeah, I am very
people,
grateful. I am. It's not that I'm not grateful for the life that I have now. I'm even more so grateful where I am because of where I've come from and what I've gone through.
exactly.
I was just kind of sharing that I can relate to so many different people and so many things because even that still, like, I've touched on a few different things throughout this live. This one is the most personal live I've had.
Yeah,
I've touched on a lot of personal details that I haven't shared yet, and
yeah.
I that's why I'm very empathetic and I can relate to so many people. And I don't think a lot of people believe it when I'm like, I can relate. I've been there. Like,
Native, I am 56 years old and I have been through a lot. I am a miracle person, a living. Okay, I was born 3 months too early. I weighed two
two and
pounds,
a half
three
here.
ounces. 2 pounds, 3 ounces. I had absolutely no hair. My lungs weren't developed. And when I was born, the incubators weren't as good and the medical wasn't as good. So literally, I was a miracle to have survived. But I have had abuses. I'll just put it that way. In my young life, uh, that I don't remember because I was told I put memory blocks up because it was too traumatic. And thank God for that. You know, at least I don't have to have the PTSD of those memories. I,
Yeah,
I do have PTSD to a point of some things. Um, if I let myself go there too much, I try not to. Um, I've
and
gone,
like I said, I can relate to that too. I was
I've
born
gone
two and a
through
half months.
negligence. Um, yes, my parents were they were alive, but I never saw my mother because 24/7, if I needed her, I had to go walk downtown to the local tavern and knock on the door and tell her there was an issue, that I needed her. And that was only if it was an emergency. There would be 2 to 3 days at a time that there would be no adults. I started watching my sister's 4 children and my niece and my little sister at the age of 7. I do got to step away for a minute. My nephew just pulled up, and I'll be right back, Native.
Alrighty. Hi, Elizabeth. I saw you drop in. No, I can't do it here. Bam. Oh, why is that all fuzzy? I will hear her when she comes up. But so how's it going, Elizabeth? And everybody else still hanging out in the chat? I'm gonna do a roll call. Sorry, it's gotten really deep, really personal, and kind of heavy. I know that. I know not everybody enjoys that, but this is me being real, and I appreciate Victoria for sharing some of her experience and some of her story. I definitely appreciate that she can feel comfortable doing that on my channel with me. It's definitely a nice feeling that people can feel real enough and just comfortable to just talk. It's I don't filter anybody. People can talk how they like. They can share their opinions. Anybody wants to come up, they can. And I'm all about hanging out, sharing the love, and just talking. Sorry about that. Sorry about that catastrophe. I'm doing good, Elizabeth. I did my water run this morning. That was at the beginning of the live. I'm getting some chores done. I'm just taking a break for the last little bit to try to let myself calm down. I've got to take it easy so I don't hurt myself and not know it. But I definitely try to stay in the positive. It gets difficult sometimes, obviously, but it's just always trying to. Wish I could get rid of the top bar, but I'm doing a live stream marathon today. I'm trying to raise money for the Jeep. That's why the Cash App is pinned to the top. I'm asking for donations to help us get the money raised up to get the Jeep fixed and on the road, so that way I can get to work, can get the wife to work. I have 6 jobs lined up that I just can't get to because they're too far away, and the wife has work down in town. She has a coworker helping her out with rides, but sometimes it's spotty, and you can't wholeheartedly rely on people. Not that they're not reliable, but things happen. So it's better to be self-efficient, and that's what we're trying to get to. I'm offering a walking stick for anyone who makes a donation to help us out at this time, and I will be repaying everybody and sending them their donation back and carving them a custom-made walking stick. I have one simple example here. It's a child's walking stick, or a short person. Just something simple. I still got some finishing work that needs to be done to this, but I'll be sending this out as part of my total appreciation subscriber giveaway for my first 1,000 subscribers. Anybody who makes a donation will be receiving one of these as their gift, plus a special gift from Mrs. Native. And I might include something a little extra just because I want to show that appreciation for those that help us out at this time. That everybody has been so supportive and so helpful, even just for my YouTube, and those who have sent us a Cash App to help us out. It's very, very deeply appreciated, and I can't thank everybody enough. And Victoria, I can hear you there. Whenever you're ready, I'll split screen it again. I just pulled it down to talk. Um, I but that's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing the marathon to do the fundraiser to try to get some help right now. I hate asking. It's kind of a point of pride, but thank you, Elizabeth. You've been an awesome supporter from the beginning. You're great. Got to say that. You always leave me nice comments, and that you obviously are watching my content, so I obviously appreciate that so much. And this is just a simple one. I have a bunch of very nice.
No,
I have a bunch of very nice walking sticks.
livestock.
So. I'm gonna get to sawing up some firewood and pulling that up. Victoria May Life Unfiltered said that she will play her Native American flute for me while I'm doing that, because I'll be muting my mic because I'll be running the chainsaw, so I don't want to do that to you guys. But I want to capture kind of the day in the life. This is actually one of the longer breaks that I've taken during the day when I have stuff to do. I still have a ton to do, but I'm just trying to take it easy because I do have a ton to do, but I don't want to hurt myself, obviously, any more than I always do. I don't have PayPal. I have somebody who will help with PayPal, but right now he's running a fundraiser for someone else. So if that is the only option, Cash App is free. There's no fees, and it's instant. You just download the app, or you go on Google and you go to the website. You just put in your information, create the account. It opens up automatically. You attach your card, and you send what you have to send, and you just punch in the name that I have at the top, and it'll go to them. It'll go to me instant.
Let me turn on your tablet.
I'm supposed to get up way tall. And you're good.
Whenever you are.
I know that, Cliff, and I appreciate that. You've been awesome and supportive, and I definitely appreciate that. I know 4 hours is a distance. That's a 8-hour round trip.
Mommy, maybe we'll see my travel store.
I mean, if you ever wanted to make the trip, I have a spot where you can stay. I got a camping cot I can pull out, and I got an extra room. I can throw the kerosene heater in there and warm it up for you.
Tail. Chico.
I'm sure you'll love my dogs.
I'm ready.
They might be loud and mouthy, but they're super friendly. They're just big old mouths. I appreciate that, Elizabeth. And when you do that, let me know. We'll get the notification. It's on the wife's phone, though. And just let me know how tall you are, and if you like your walking sticks taller or shorter than you. Or I'm getting into making canes and trekking poles, or a staff. Just a simple staff. I can obviously add wood burning to it. I should have the wood burning kit this weekend. Tasha said that she'll bring it up, so that will definitely help me get a little more creative. But I appreciate anything anybody can do. Absolutely.
Wait, is the key card in the fridge?
And that's how I am, Cliff. I've had so many people be like, "Oh, my dogs don't like anybody," and I'm like, "Okay, wait till they meet me." And it's nothing but love and kisses and giving me hugs, and they're like, "Oh, I've never seen them do that with anyone." I'm like, "I love dogs, and they're my kin. They feel my spirit."
Yep.
Okay, and I can make the cane to where you can just cut it off at the bottom to make it the right height for you. Uh, I may have to make a couple before I get the groove down, but I can make you one definitely. That'll be fun to make actually.
I'm ready
Uh,
when you are, Native.
okay, I was hearing you. I was just waiting for you to say something.
Oh, I wanted to show you these. See,
Hey.
I suffer from degenerative arthritis, and
Mm,
I have no cartilage in my lower two discs and the upper two discs in my neck. But I can't show you the whole thing at once. But here's one of my canes. My mother-in-law found it and bought it for me.
it's beautiful though. I like it.
And here is the other one. It's more just raw. Um,
See, I like the simple, natural-looking ones.
it's starting to the outer bark of it. It
Yeah.
is very old, so it you know, but the rest of it is just fine. It's just that one spot is it crackled and the outer bark came off.
If you get a polyurethane spray and you coat
Oh,
that, that'll stop that from chipping off.
yeah, and if you see inside of the wood here, the whoa, you see how the bugs make the natural grooves and
Yeah.
designs inside on the wood. I seen a walking stick years ago that I fell in love with. I couldn't afford it because the person was asking a whole lot of money for it. But the whole cane was the ins. Mateo, I'm talking. I'm done. Okay. The whole inside of the cane was like that. It had all the different design on the wood naturally from the insects, that had made trails inside there. And he just simply debarked it and stained the outside. And then he added some leather, where your hand, not leather, but fur,
Yep.
where your hand
Uh,
would hold it.
I'm going to
And
be
so
doing that on some of them because I have fur trimmings that I can add to it from the deer hides.
he put it was really Native American looking cane, and that's why I fell in love with it so much. It had leather, like the thick leather string through the top, and then he had added feathers and stuff to it, and it just looked like something you would actually be able to display on your wall when you're
See, I
not
love
using
those. But with those, you just don't want to use it.
it. I
You're like,
know,
I
it
don't
was
want to
so
hurt it.
pretty. Yeah, it was so pretty that it was one of those kind of things that, yeah, you would put on your wall. And I have been trying to find some bow and arrow, with quiver that's Native American in style, the old kind, not these new bows and stuff. Something that I could put on my wall, but yet if ever I needed defense, I could pull it down. I have tomahawks on my wall. One of them is usable. The other one is just for art. Um,
You want to talk about tomahawks? Let me just give you a slow
well,
scrape around it.
unless it's not a tomahawk. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can grab it, and I'll show you what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna just show my collection while you're doing
Just
that.
1 second.
I literally have them everywhere. There's my sword, the
Yeah,
bow,
give me a minute.
knife. My 300 swords. The one on the left is the one
Here,
closest to the fur is actually a replica of the 300 sword, the
native.
ancient Spartan sword. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, I hear the old guy out there. He's probably going to call me anytime now.
But it's usable, but it's been on my wall hanging, and it's a solid bone. I mean, it's a wait. See how thick it is. Now, I guess it's not called a tomahawk. I don't know the proper name for it, but
If you napped the head a little more, it would technically be a tomahawk. But
it's just a club, I think, more or less.
yeah, it's
It's an antique, so it doesn't get used for defense, but it's more display. But it's a club that you would knock somebody over the head with. It would really uh,
mess them up.
but it's got, I don't know what animal it is from, but you can see there's teeth here. There's like three teeth of the animal on it.
1 second. Okay, but how do I switch that? There we go. Sorry,
There's
still learning this.
there's three teeth here on this. It's a jawbone of something. I'm not sure what it's from, but and the teeth are flat, you see.
That almost looks like it might be a deer jaw.
Do they have the flat grinding teeth like that?
Yeah, yeah. It's how they chew. It's if I remember right, they're cud chewers. That's how they chew.
So yeah, that's what I have another one that's purely just art. It's if you tried to use it, you'd break it. And it's nothing like this. But like I said, if you look at my walkthrough of my trailer, you see all the Native American stuff I do own. And so I do
I'll
get,
have to.
and in the summertime, I brown up really good.
Oh, so do I. I've had people walk up to me and speak fluent Spanish, and I'm like, I don't speak Spanish. They're like, how are you Mexican? You don't speak Spanish? Because I'm not Mexican.
People, in the summer, because if I'm in the sun a lot, I don't burn. I turn a really nice, like golden brown color. And I've had people ask me, are you Hispanic? Are you Native American? Are you this? Are you that? And I'm like, not as far as I know.
And Gray Wolf is right, Cliff. The ancestors never wasted anything. They used every bit of everything, and that's how I'm trying to live. I save all the bones and all the pieces from the carcasses. Most of the ankle to hoof of the deer that I've been processing go to the boys. That's their chew choice. They love chewing on the deer leg.
They also use the hoofs for glue. Did you know that?
Yes, they would cook it down kind of like horse hooves, the glue factory.
Yeah, and did you know that fish bones, like the thicker rib,
The thicker rib bones make good needles.
exactly, that's what I was
Yep.
going to say.
I was gonna say I do know my stuff too.
Well, see, I'm not even Indian as far as I know, but that'll let you know just how much I'm into
There's one
it.
that is one thing I'm gonna ask. Indians are from India.
Well, yeah, I know. I
It's
know. I tend to
my
say,
wife will get a bug up her ass if she hears that, and then I'm gonna have to deal with the attitude. We're not Indians. Okay, hun, I get it.
yeah, I do know that. I tend to say it because it's short and sweet. You know what I mean? and I don't mean offense to it at all.
No, absolutely, it's the shorthand. But nowadays they want to be called indigenous people, and I don't even like that. I'm like, but
The Sioux
that's
call themselves the people, simply
yes,
the people.
the people, First Nations, um, First Peoples. There's a bunch of different terms. I just like Native
Yeah,
Americans, natives. So I were called. So I'm called the modern native, and she's Mrs. Native.
yeah,
It's
yeah. You were the natives were the first Americans, in all honesty, before
and I
America.
got a couple of people to say hi to. Angel in Pink, I haven't had a chance to say hi yet. Woman Outdoors, um,
That's LB.
Home,
Hello, LB.
Homestead Family Reclaim. Definitely, thank you all for coming out.
Can't get
And
my.
yeah, Cliff has it right. Indians is what the white man coined because they originally thought they were reaching India, and they saw the darker skin. They're like, "Oh, we made it to India. Look, the Indians." No, not quite. And I don't get bent out of shape because I understand, but I don't correct people on their channels or anything else. But like mine, especially because it's in the name, I prefer people just call them natives.
Yeah,
If you want
but
to do the shorthand.
no, I wasn't meaning any offense. But
Oh no, I totally get it. But that's why I was nice about it, and I was
yeah,
polite, and I wasn't being a jerk. I was just like, I
yeah,
would prefer it. I would
yeah,
prefer it if you would
yeah.
refer.
I totally understand.
But no, the like we had a conversation about squaws the other day. Uh, I was doing an interview on Backwoods Misfit, and somebody mentioned that the squaws did the chewing of the deer hides, and I'm like, ooh, okay, the wife is about to pitch a fit. Oh, and I was like, I'm gonna correct him
That's
now
true,
before
though.
she jumps in, huh?
I mean, it's true that the women would chew the hides to soften them.
Yes,
Way back
but I
when
mean
I
the
used to eat meat, I myself did a hide that way. It was a baby deer that somebody had uh, killed because they killed the mama. And I didn't have any part in that, so please don't think so.
no,
But
no, absolutely, I get it.
I took that baby hide, that baby deer hide, softest thing that you'll ever come across is one
Oh
that
yes,
somebody actually hand dries. We hung it in the cabin, stretched it on board, hung it, and dried it above the wood burning stove. And then when it was dried, uh, maneuvered it, crinkled it to get the last little crunchy of the fat and stuff that you may have not been able to get totally off. And
hmm
that takes a while. And then when we have a clear hide, that's when you sit and you chew that hide until it is so soft that you can wrap your little babies in it, you know?
yeah. That was that's actually what I'm doing right now. I have 6 hides hanging on my banister. I'm keeping them there to freeze because I don't have the freezer space for that kind of stuff. But I'm keeping them there to stay frozen so they stay preserved because I need the moisture in them for when I go to do that because they dried out too much. So I had to soak them. And Cliff is right. When that guy mentioned he just said the squaws did the chewing, and I was like, okay, just so you know, that may have been the term before, but now it that is technically offensive
The wives,
because
the women.
yeah, yes, because squaws is what the white man called them, and even now there's this huge debate about Squaw Valley being renamed because the term is offensive. He didn't realize it, so I told him about it and educated him on it, and he even said, "Oh, well, I learned something there." So,
Hello, LB.
exactly, Red Road. Uh, it's the white man's term for horror, and it's the sound of a bird. So. And I obviously don't use that term Red Road. It's kind of like the other terms that I use, it's never in a general statement. It's always in reference to something somebody said or something that I use to educate people. Kind of
Yeah.
like Indians, squaw, things like that. I don't shy away from words because yes, words are offensive, but it's uh, just having offense or fear of a word makes it have more weight.
You know, there's an old saying that children used to sing, and I always fall back on it myself when somebody says something that is striking me as negative. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but
But words
words
will never hurt me.
never hurt me. And it is true. It's just a word. And if
Yapper.
you remember that it's just a word, and the person move on, you know. Um, there's a thing. What is it? It's an alcohol saying about that they have alcoholism. People say that don't live in your past because your past is behind you. Don't look to your future because it's the future.
Hakuna Matata.
In the day, because the present day is sufficient enough for you to live in, you know. I know I'm not saying it exactly the way it's supposed to be said, but all in all, that's kind of what it says. Let the past go. It's done. It's over.
I
And
like what
don't
Elizabeth said.
focus on your future because you haven't reached it yet. Live in the day because in the day you have enough to think of.
I like
You
what
know?
Elizabeth Rojas said. She said, "You can't get wet from the word water." And
Yeah,
what I think what you're looking for is the past is behind you. The future isn't guaranteed. That's why it's called the present because
yeah,
today is the gift.
yeah, exactly. And so there's all these wise terms that if people would actually take to heart, the world would be a lot better of a place, you know.
Yes, yes.
And I try to be really positive person in my own life as best as I can, even when there's things that can work on you, and and it can be a struggle to get through. But
Absolutely.
just you got to try to find the good. Today is a sunny, bright, nice day outside. I have a very energetic little 4-year-old running around in my house that I'm making money for watching him. Uh, you know, I'm warm, I'm safe. I have so much positivity that I can focus on.
And it's like
Uh,
I have a beautiful view outside of the frozen creek with a nice little dusting of snow on the trees, making them all look crystallized and frosted. And I'm nice
and
and
if you
warm
look
with the
at
wood stove, and I got wood. It's
if you stepped
there's
out
a
that door, you would hear the songbirds.
mm-hmm, and the chickens. the
Maybe I need my tools.
the
Yes,
neighbor has chickens, so it's
yes, I'll get it for you. Just give me a minute. I am babysitting, so I you know, periodically need to jump up and
He asked you for his lunch a half hour ago.
I have to jump up and take care of a little one. So I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm sorry, Native.
that's all right. Just mute your mic for me until you come back.
Alrighty, I will.
Alrighty, thank you. Cool, yeah. And that's right, Grey Wolf. Children are the future. That's why you got to raise them right and teach them the right way. Because maybe one time we'll have a point where people say that kids these days, and it'll be a positive thing. But like I said, if anybody does want to come up, they are totally welcome. Red Road, you seem to have a lot of knowledge and information. Yeah, Red Road. That's something my wife and I were talking about, and buddy of mine, where we were talking about with Thanksgiving and how I'm actually genuinely upset that the Native American Heritage Month or the Indigenous Peoples Month is November, right around Thanksgiving, and they still call Thanksgiving a native holiday because you're right. It wasn't a party, it wasn't a feast, it was a massacre. It was poison and murder and smallpox blankets and all that crap. Not, oh, let's get together and have a great one.
The Trail of Tears.
And that too.
See, that's where my ancestors say that my family was involved in the Trail of Tears. It was fun.
So that would make you Cherokee then.
Yeah, that's what they say. Is I guess there originally was in, oh, I can't remember the state. I know it starts with an I. It was either Iowa, Indiana, some place that started with an I is where they started, and or they started here and was heading there across the Rockies and stuff. And a lot of old
I can't remember
people,
the path off the top of my
children
head.
died on that trail. And there's an old Indian story. There's these white flowers, and I can't remember what the name of the white flowers are, but it's along this trail that the Trail of Tears. And the story behind these white flowers is they were the tears of the people because they lost so many of their old and their young, mostly, along that trail, that they was crying a lot, and it came up as these white flowers.
Yep, that their tears watered the land and sprung up the
I
flowers.
think they're called Cherokee Tears is the name of the
Yes,
flower, if I'm
yes.
right. And and so yeah, my it's supposed to be on the Wallace side of my family. Is supposed to be from the Trail of Tears. My grandmother
And
is the one that used to tell me this. And so
Cherokee Rose, that's right. Cherokee
that's,
Rose.
yes,
See,
exactly.
everybody's saying in the chat too how this stuff isn't taught anymore. I even had a teacher. I had a teacher once teach this about how Thanksgiving was a massacre. It wasn't a feast, and about the real, like the reality behind the Trail of Tears. He taught that stuff to us once in the month of November. 3 days later, he was fired.
Their village was decimated. Everything they owned was destroyed. A
Their
lot of them
population
ended
was
up
decimated.
a lot of them ended up with nothing to protect themselves from the weather. It was the dead of winter when it happened. And that's why so many died, because they didn't even have moccasins on their feet or a robe to wrap around them to keep them warm and in deep snow. And they died simply from pneumonia and from freezing and from lack of food. And
And bleeding out
yeah,
of their feet.
yeah. And I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. It's horrific. And then there has I like I said, I study, I watch, and I'm not sure what tribes was what, but there was some tribes that people don't even know the names of these tribes. They're not spoken of because they were completely wiped out. They are no longer. There wasn't one person left to carry on.
Yeah.
And this wasn't just one tribe of natives. This was, I think there was like 4 or 5 different tribes that were totally wiped out.
And I agree
There,
there, Cliff. He said Thanksgiving to him means that he's spending time with people that he loves and thankful that he can do that. And that's what I do. I don't practice it for like the historical story that people try to attach to it. It's to me just actually being thankful for what we have and being happy that whatever harvest we have, we have.
Yeah. Yeah.
I I'm Mohawk, Blackfoot, Huron, and Cherokee, and so I have a lot of connection to so many different places and so many different peoples that I most closely identify with the Mohawk because that is where predominantly my family came from, and I'm in the area that my ancestors lived in. The lake that's flooded out here, it's another reason why I relate to it so hard. There was a valley with a river flowing through it. Well, what they did is they threw up a couple of dams and flooded the valley after forcing the natives and everybody out. So, just another injustice every time I see that lake. I love that lake, I love fishing it. But every time I look at it, I just can't help but feel that injustice, knowing that that used to be tribal land. My family would have lived on that land under that water where it is now. And I'm going to be magnet fishing and metal detecting to try to find some artifacts down at the bottom of the lake from the village where my ancestors lived. And if I could get my hands on something that my ancestors held, I just feel like I'd have such a strong connection.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I
Elizabeth, all you have to do is tap his circle next to his name, and it'll give you the option to go to channel.
yeah. There was so much tragedy back then, but for the natives, but you know, all cultures have at one
Yep.
point or another gone through tragedies, mass tragedies. Even the Irish, they were enslaved by the
The
English.
British.
The English mainly. King Edward the First
Yep.
enslaved the Irish, and on a woman's wedding day, they would go in and take that woman before she could consummate with her husband and take her
To breed them
adventure.
out. Yep, to breed
Yeah,
them out. And it was what was that? Prima noctum.
yeah. And so the
That
funny
that
thing
that's what it was
is,
called. It's called First Night.
it's not funny, but I say the funny thing is, in my ancestry, I have came across my ancestor. One of them was King Edward the First. My other ancestor was William Wallace. I don't know if you guys know who that is. King
Braveheart. Yeah, we
Edward
know that.
killed William Wallace. My grandmother, on my father's side, was actually related, her ancestry was King Edward the First. My grandfather on my father's side was related to William Wallace. So that's the humor in it.
Mhm.
Many generations later, it didn't matter. Um, to opposing people ended up becoming one generation of family. It's
How's it
so
going, Swamp
easy.
Rat?
Yeah, the past is the past, and sometimes the past needs to not be judged on the present. And I think that's a lot of the strife that is being brought up in this day and time.
Yeah,
And
the cancel
people
culture and
want
people
to,
removing the statues and the historical points where they think it's glorifying it, like taking down Teddy Roosevelt's statue out of the Museum of Natural History. Okay,
the thing
yes, he's on
is,
the horse and he has a black man on one side and a native on the other, set below and just behind him. But that was originally meant to show not his superiority, but the fact that he worked with them. And he wasn't a slave owner, and he was one of the few that wasn't actually big on the genocide. He fought alongside natives. So it's like the fact that they're canceling him because his statue looks like it represents something that people don't like anymore. That's not what it was intended.
there is good and bad in every single one of us. Which wolf are you going to feed? Which wolf
Yep.
will you feed?
Yep. It's there's two wolves inside of you. One is dark, one is light, one is evil, one is good. Which one wins? The one you feed.
Exactly.
Sorry,
And
that's
so,
my parable. I love that. I love that parable. I had to actually quote it.
yes, exactly. Um,
If
but
if
they
nobody
would
can
believe
tell,
that.
I
And
really
don't forget
enjoy
the past, because if you
I
forget the
really enjoy
past,
wolves.
you will relive the past in your present. If you wipe out the past, you're destined to have the past come back to you. The reason that history is so that you can see the downfall of the past and not do it again. But don't live in the past. Use the past to move forward. You don't live in the past. And that's the problem, is take a jar of ants. Okay, here's a little thing that I saw once. You take a jar of ants and you put some red ants in that jar, and you put some black ants in that jar, and you set the jar down, those ants will be just fine. Take that jar and shake it, and they will start killing each other. Now,
Now,
that's us. That's the situation with the I don't even know what's okay to say and not to say because of all of this. But the dark skinned
exactly.
people, they don't let us move on. And the prejudice, I noticed, and this is a fact, I have noticed, it's not usually, okay. There are a few out there that are just disgusting, but it's not usually white people that are being the racist. If you listen, it's the dark skinned people that are always bringing up what was done to their ancestors.
And if you actually trace back a lot of the people who are making the most noise, they actually aren't related to anybody who was enslaved. And
Exactly.
I've gotten into the argument. I'm not trying to get into a huge race debate. I've gotten into the argument with some African Americans that when they get all racist at me and they call me a white piece of trash and everything else, and I'm like, listen here, bud, your own people sold your own people to the white
Exactly.
man. It was not my people because I am Native American. My people got wiped the hell out for all y'all to live here. So if anybody had an injustice, it was my ancestors. But you don't hear us saying that we need to get paid and that we need these rights and this rights. As it is, we're technically still on concentration camps. But
Yeah.
that's our penance for getting
But
that. That's our payment for everything that happened. I'm
there
sorry.
are a
If you did
few
that to Jews, that would be a concentration camp, and people would be looking at that like that's wrong. I don't
there
like
are some
reservations. That's why I don't go to them.
there are some
sorry,
Native
sorry, that got me fired
Americans,
up a little bit. But
there are some Native Americans that do not like white people. Just like anybody else, they do not like white people. And
yeah.
because of the
Also, real quick, sorry. Red Road. I really would love if you came up because I need you to explain Megwitch for me. I've seen that a few times, but I haven't actually gotten to research that. And Woman Outdoors wants to come up, but I don't do a huge panel. So if we could take turns at some point,
well,
I would
if you
appreciate that.
want me to drop down, um, I'll leave you running, and you can let me know when you want me, or just you can get a hold of me somehow and let me know, and I will play the music for you when you do your outdoor thing, or whenever you want that little bite
Yep.
of music.
Anytime you want to do that, just save like the audio clip file, and do
I
you
don't
have
know
your
how to
email
do it.
posted
To
in?
be honest, I don't know how to do that, so that's why I'm saying, let me know
Okay,
when you want to do it, and I'll just come and play it for you, and you can use it however.
I don't know how to capture it from. I don't know how to capture it from a live. So what it would be? Do you have your email in your about page?
Yes. Is
Okay,
there?
so I will send you an email, and I always put it YouTube friends dash the modern native because my actual name will pop up on my email. And then
Okay.
what you can do is you can just record yourself and send it to me because I can pull the audio out of a video.
How do I record myself?
Just take a video with your phone or whatever.
Oh,
It doesn't need to
oh,
be a really long clip because I just want to use one for like an intro or something I
okay.
can loop.
Okay. I will figure it out. All right, Native. I'm going to drop down so that you can get your other guests to come up. God bless. Stay safe and stay awesome as you guys always are. And I'll see you
Thank you.
next time. Thank you for letting me
Oh, well,
come
we were
up.
having a great conversation. I wasn't like kicking you off. I was just saying, like, if someone else wants to come up, I do like to do just like the one-on-one. I don't like a huge panel because, as it is, there's a lot of
Yeah,
overlap when we try to talk.
yeah.
People try to get me to come up when there's 5 people on panel, and I'm like, I talk way too much for 5 people to be in the conversation.
Thank you, LB.
Okay. And
LB's like,
what was that?
LB was like, keep me up here, but you know, it's fine if somebody else wants to come up. I'm rambling on about different stuff, and so
No, it's totally fine. I was enjoying the conversation, and I was gonna say, Red Road, you can just keep your camera off as long as I know it's you. It's not a big problem. Like you can just keep your thumbnail up there, and we can just talk. It's not a big deal.
oh,
And
and don't look at me. I'm still in my house coat. I'm in
she
my
said that
robe, man.
she had no surgery, so she doesn't.
Well, I hope you heal very quickly.
And anybody wants to cook?
Uh-oh. He went sideways, now he's froze. There you go. Do you edit at all, Native? I don't know where he went. Oh, uh-oh. I guess I'm the host for a moment. So let's see what people are saying. No, he doesn't edit much at all. Oh, I was just wondering that way, if he knew how to edit, maybe he could clip that little part out that I did do. But we'll work it out. Let's see. His camera fell. Yeah, I did. And now he's totally gone. I'll try to keep it going. You have an appointment. Yeah, let Red Road come up as soon as he comes back. Um, you gotta get your hair done, LB.
Can you hear me?
What are you gonna have done to it?
Can you hear me?
Hello. Uh, keep talking.
Can you hear me at all? I'm talking all the time.
I can hear you, but it's like all glitchy.
Son of a bitch. And him calling me was gonna fuck it up.
Yeah, I'm not able to make you out because it's glitching so much. It's making your voice skip, kind of. Well, he's trying to fix it. Sorry, Mateo. Would email me, LB, and we will work it out, okay, hon? Just email me. Thank you, Grey Wolf. I enjoy the flute so much. If I ever won the Publishers Clearinghouse, I don't play the lottery, but I do the publish. If ever I won that, I guarantee it, I would buy a piece of property up in the mountains, in the pine trees. I love evergreens, and I would build a tiny house cabin out of refurbished pallet wood or whatever I could find to refurbish. Let's see if he's working.
Can you hear me now?
Still glitching a little bit. Yeah, it's going. Yeah,
I'm gonna try
it's
open.
just a little bit. It's not as bad as it was, but it is still doing it a bit.
I mean, does it sound well enough?
You're
Go for
still,
a second. Let me check it.
your voice is like Skippy.
Oh God, that's
Uh-oh.
fucking terrible.
Yeah, I got to plug in. I forgot I didn't have my computer plugged in, and it's just screamed at me, "Your battery's low." Where can you buy one? There is where I got mine. His name is TG Flutes and More, I believe, and he has a YouTube channel. He hasn't done anything that I know of for a while. Let me see. Give me just a second. Pardon me. I'm gonna go over here and see if I can find him for you. Let's see. I think it's TG, but Let me see if that'll bring him up. Let's see if this is him. I'm not sure if it is. No, that's not him. The gentleman I got my flute from, it does have a YouTube. Try it a different way. Flute making. Sorry, I ain't able to see you all in the chat right now because I'm trying to answer a question and find this gentleman that I got my flute from. I don't know if I can. Like I said, I haven't seen him for a while. His name is Tommy. And he lives down in the Central America area. I don't know. If a person doesn't do anything and you don't keep up on their channels, YouTube will disconnect you from them. So that's the case. They unsubscribed him or unsubscribed me from him, and I haven't been getting the notifications from his channel anymore. I am not able to find it. Oh, I do believe I have him in my email somewhere. I think I've saved him. Oh, here it is. Here. Oops. Hold on. I just found him. His name is, oh, excuse me, I had it wrong. JD Flutes and Creations. That's the name of his channel. JD Flutes and Creations. So, and it's all together. Capital JD, capital Flutes, and then small and then capital Creations. So that's the gentleman that I bought my flute from, and I don't know if I have the capability to drop his link. Let me go over here and see. Yes, I do. Hold on, and I will drop this guy's link for you guys to go check out. Copy, paste, and let me put his name, JD. Oops, JD Fruits. Creations. Oops, that's all capital. Let me redo it. Okay, did I get it right? I think so. So there is the link of the gentleman that I bought my flute from. Hopefully he'll be back here really soon. Because I'm not good at carrying conversations either. It's always nice to have somebody on the panel to help you keep it going. Conversation. Yeah, it you know, I never planned, but I fell in love with the sound of that flute. I do, however, have, give me just 1 second. I have a one that I didn't pay as much. That one is a large bore D flute, and it's 424 megahertz. It's like a professional one. But let me grab my other one, the first one. This one is a Navajo. It's made by the Navajos. I like the buffalo. Um, and this, it's an F key. It's in the F key. And so the sound is okay, but it's not as nice as the large bore D. So that is the EP, just a smaller, much smaller flute made by the Navajo. So I'm trying to keep it going, Native. I'm running out of things to do and say. That's why I always have a large panel so that they can keep it going. But I hope that some of you will come check out my channel, throwing a pitch, I guess, while I wait. I'm kind of boring, and I don't do a lot of the Native American, and I'm not outdoors. It's just random videos of different stuff. Me cooking, my house, just different. My electric trike is what actually got me started doing videos, and every Wednesday I do what I call karaoke, chat, and talent show. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I hate to tell you, but you're still like doing that.
I swear.
Yeah, you're still. What do you guys think? Could he get by? I mean, because to me, it's like you guys are gonna have a hard time communicating across each other. Yes, I agree, Wolf. I do live chats every Wednesday at 4 o'clock Pacific time. I live in Washington State. I'm like a 30-minute drive to the Oregon border, across the Oregon border. I live on the Columbia River. But I do lives once a week, every Wednesday. And once in a great while, I might do a pop-up, but that's rare for me, unless, like LB was asking me about getting together and doing something. I more often will jump up on other people's lives and hang out than do my own. But we're waiting for Native to get the voice issue going. so that he's working. At least he's there. You can look at that handsome little face. Gray Wolf said, okay, I'll have to come on and hang out. Are you talking about Natives Live right now? Or are you talking about my lives that I was just talking about? Gray Wolf. Yeah, he dropped his phone, and ever since he dropped his phone, how do I, Tasha. I'm just going to call you Tasha. That's the first part I'm going to kill. He dropped his phone, and ever since he dropped his phone, Tasha, it's gone callywalkus. It's all messed up. Oh, it's because you got a call. Try to disconnect maybe Native from the Wi-Fi and then reconnect. Did you try that already? Let me see. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Well, that would be awesome. I have a lot of RVers at this point, nomadic RVers, because that was the first group of people I started following that spend a lot of time with me. But I'm here recently, I've had other communities like bushcrafters and homesteaders and preppers popping into the chat, but not so much coming up on the panel. Conversations can go any which way. If you like to sing, don't be shy. If you play an instrument, don't be shy. Uh, and if you don't, you can just simply come up, hang out. You can tell about your channel on my Wednesdays. And the conversation it just goes whichever way it goes, just not politically or too much religion, because those two subjects are so controversial. And people can't be civil and let everybody have their own opinions and thoughts and feelings, which is why America is great, because we're supposed to be allowed to be individuals and not sheeple being led by one mode of living. How boring of a life it would be if everybody was all just completely the same. Little houses on the hillside, little houses all the same, little houses made of to protect you, little houses all the same. It's kind of one of those deals. Yeah, keep it neutral. It's just friends making friends, and you get to know like-minded people and with the same heart and spirits. And those are the people that you're going to be attracted to and hold on to in your channels, I do believe, is the people who feel a kinship to whatever it may be that you're doing or saying on your channels. You're going to lose the ones that have no interest, but you will collect the ones that have a kinship. And it's just the way it is. Well, if you have to, Native. Just let me know, and I will get off of here and let you do just that. Well, that's awesome, Swamp Rat. And that's what makes the world a better place, is because you can agree to disagree and move on. And in that case, when you agree to disagree, you, you find those areas, you let those areas go when you're with the people that you know don't agree. And you move on to something that you do agree with. And it's called camaraderie and
So
friendship.
I think I got it figured out. Am I working?
Oh, you said yes. Yay.
Okay. Now let's see if I can switch to my Bluetooth so I can have you in my ear instead of out loud.
You sound awesome again.
Thank you. Now, let's just hope this don't screw it up when I switch it. Come on. Come on. Connecting. Got anyone who made it through that replay?
Uh-oh. He just froze. Oh. Okay. Say something.
Am I still good?
Yeah, you're still good.
Okay. Woo! Okay. So I got you in my ear. We're working. Okay. Anyone who made it through that replay, through that whole section, difficulties. That is your code word for this section. I
Yeah,
leave a
but you
code word in my
overcame.
Huh?
You overcame.
I leave a code word in my live streams. This one might actually have 3 code words because of how long I'm going to try to make it. I wanted to do one long, consistent one, the marathon run. I didn't want to have to cut it right here at 3 hours and be like, oh, well, so much for the marathon. So I was really trying to make it work. I had to close out all of my tabs, close out all of my apps, restart the phone 3 times, bring it up where it was on the default, and then connect the Bluetooth for it to freaking work. So if anybody has that issue where it just won't accept your audio or it skips like mine, try that.
Well, I'm glad you got it all. You overcame, and that's great. See, that's the thing. Just work through it, and you'll overcome it. Whatever it is. Whatever it is, you'll overcome it.
So I need to smoke. Damn.
Yeah. And since you're back, I am gonna drop down, and hopefully you'll get another guest to come up for a while. I know you're doing a marathon, so if I can, I'll come back later. But
All right.
for a little while, I'm gonna drop and go take care of my little nephew and go have a cigarette myself because I don't smoke in the house.
Well, it's a
Okay,
cabin and there's enough of a draft that goes out. So
I see that. You need insulation right there behind you, up in the roof, right where the wall and the roof come together. Yeah, I can
yeah, the
see light
eaves.
coming through a couple spots.
Right behind the camera, there is a gap in the log. Right behind the wood stove, there's a couple of gaps. I've been adding, if you can see the foam, I've been adding the foam insulation, the spray foam,
Yeah, yeah.
little bits at a time.
I'm sorry. How long has this cabin been up?
I'm pretty sure it got constructed green, and I've got different time frames as to when it was supposedly built. It's attached to the cabin that we are living next to, which is the old guy I keep referencing. He needs help around, and that was supposed to be the rent was me helping him, but now he's talking about me actually paying rent and helping him, which that needs to be negotiated because slave labor and then paying him is too much. So,
So
um,
your family, I mean, you can tell me I'm being too personal, but your family does not own any native lands.
No.
They,
We don't have tribal cards. We haven't been officially recognized. My sister was going through the whole deal, going through the family tree to try to get benefits to help her with college, but she kind of just abandoned that because after pretty much the first generation that came off the reservation, they didn't bring paperwork with them.
right.
So they just existed. They married a Welsh family and then they just went with the white name and stayed with the Welsh family, and that's
Well,
where the
I'm
branch
sure.
goes, but the native branch just kind of
Yeah, it
stops on
sounds
the
like
family
you're
tree.
exactly where I am as far as my ancestry. I mean, I've got my ancestry all the way back to when they came from like Ireland and England and
Well, see, my
yes.
aunt was raised with her grandparents. Her grand her great grandparents she actually met and knew as kids. They were uh one of them was full blooded, one was half, and they came from the reservation. So she grew up with their stories, with the history, but they didn't have documentation for it because they didn't care. They were leaving the reservation because they had issues.
Right,
My family hasn't had the chance. We haven't done the blood test, we haven't done the DNA, and we haven't gotten tribal cards because I just I don't need the government to recognize me for me to recognize myself as Native American. So
right.
I'm not
No,
going.
my
I'm not.
point was it would help if you was able to get your own little plot, of native property. That would be a great thing because then you could build your own small, you know, tiny house
the
or
The only
cabin.
problem with that is the way the rules are, especially in New York. It has to be on a reservation, and for new people trying to get onto the reservation, it's actually kind of hard now. And there's no res. There's no res near me, and I love my
Oh,
area. The tribal
yeah.
lands here got bought up and flooded, so unless I'm draining the lake, I ain't getting my lands back.
Well, and I wish good fortune and prosperity to hit you, and that maybe you're still young, so maybe one day you will get at least an acre or two of property and be able to do what you so love, which is build a cabin. Oh, come on. I can't pick you up, honey. Um,
I'm actually hoping to try to work out a deal with him because his kids don't really care about this place and this property. So I'm trying to see if I can't work out a deal with him if we're going to stay here long term to help him. If I can kind of work a rent to buy, pass it over when he passes kind of thing. So hoping that'll work. But
oh yeah, this is Mateo.
you say Mateo?
Mateo, yeah.
Love that name. I actually used
Yeah.
that name for a character in my book, one of the books I wrote.
All right, Native, I'm gonna jump off of here for a little while, and if you're still going later, I will come back up. But
Uh,
I'm gonna
I'm
try to
going to be
get
trying to
going.
go all day, so you're welcome. You have a good one.
All right, bye. God
Bye.
bless everybody. Stay
Thanks for
safe.
sticking it out. I know, right, Cliff? But anybody's welcome to pop up. I'll see the little red dot pop up on the guest thing. Um, hopefully, that's the last technical difficulties I'm going to have for now, but I doubt it. That's probably going to happen later when I get a call again, right about 2:30. So, ooh, the sun's coming out. Snow stopped. Gotta love that. But anybody's welcome to pop up. I know we only have technically 5 here because I have one here. I'm trying. I'm stubborn. I stick it out and I persevere, and eventually I win, at least in part. So, um, but I mean, at one point I may end up living down at the bushcraft survival camp for a while if this place don't work out. So Tasha will have company. But uh, I guess I can take the moment, which I did see. I'm pretty sure it was you, Elizabeth. I did see you say that you sent me a Cash App. The wife didn't text me, but she's busy working. She only had a moment to talk at one point because she had a bloody nose and she was taking a break in the break room. So she was figuring that out, not texting that much. So she let me. Okay, that sounded smartass, but that's my life. But uh, I'm going to take the moment to again just kind of leave it here for the replay. Uh, I'm doing this marathon to try to really push to raise the money for our fundraiser to fix the Jeep. Okay, Cliff. Uh, I'm working on fixing the Jeep to get it on the road so that way we can get something going as far as transportation wise goes, because I have 6 farms that want to hire me plus a couple of other jobs, but they're too far for me to reach and I don't have a reliable ride. The wife, luckily, she has a ride home today. She did let me know that. Uh, but she works down in town and it's hard for me to get her there. It's hard for her to, you know, have transportation. So um, I'm running the fundraiser to try to get the money up. My Cash App is up at the top, so anybody who makes a donation, anything is appreciated. And I am giving everyone a custom made walking stick to. Brat, I told you I'm live. I can't. I am in upstate New York, but anybody who makes a donation will get that custom made, handcrafted walking stick, or cane, or trekking pole, or staff, whatever it is that you prefer. Um, I will be sending those out during my total appreciation giveaway for my first 1,000 subscribers. Everyone who responds to a video I post and sends an email to me with the email I'm going to create specifically for this, so I don't have to search through a bunch of junk that my email gets. To send me the information, I'll send all the gifts out. It'll probably be a trickle effect, little at a time. But anything is appreciated, and I will be paying everybody back who donates at this time. So, um, like I said, anything is appreciated, and every little bit helps to get us closer. Uh, Everybody has been so helpful and awesome, and I appreciate everything. I wish I could do more to say thank you. Some people are actually refusing what I am doing just because they want it to be a gift, a donation, and they don't want to get paid back. Personally, like, I understand and I appreciate it, but like, to me, this feels like a loan because I'm actively asking for it, and it almost like frustrates me a little bit because I don't like having a debt. And being in this situation, asking for help and having people actually help, I'm in their debt. I couldn't do any of this without them or y'all or anything. So it's just it touches me deeply, and I really want to show my appreciation and thanks for all the help that we've been given. And that's what some people have been saying is pay it forward, um, which I intend to regardless. As soon as I'm able to do things for other people and to help support other people, I will be doing that as well. But if you take it out of your pocket to help us out, I want to be able to put that back in your pocket because you never know when I'm able to pay you back. That might be the time that you need, $20, $50, whatever the donation was. Not you specifically. I'm just saying you as general. So it's just to me, that's how I am. You know who it is. Just leave it alone. Go upstairs. Come on. Go. Thank you. Rat. Go up a couple steps. Come back down. But yes, Cliff, I am intending on paying it forward as well as paying it back. As soon as I'm able to start working, I'll actually be making pretty good money. Like I said, I have 6 farms that want to hire me, so that's awesome. But I just can't get to them. It's also a mechanic's job, basic like helper job. A lady needs help around her place, so things like that. I used to run a business out in Washington State when I was there for 5 years. That's what I did. Um, Called myself experienced yard and farm hand, and I offered everything from house sitting, pet sitting, farm sitting, all the way to labor, minor construction, and landscaping and hardscaping. I have some amazing pictures that are from a raw build that the house was built, tore up the whole property, and I reshaped the whole ground and property, and it just turned out beautiful. I loved it. Hey, Gary Brown, forging on. How's it going? Uh, I just ran through my spiel about the fundraiser we're running to try to raise money for the Jeep, so that way I can get to jobs that are a little too far away and can get the wife down to her job in town. Our Cash App is pinned to the top. Anybody who makes a donation will be getting repaid and will be getting a custom-made, handcrafted walking stick, staff, cane, or trekking pole. And I'll be sending that out during my total appreciation giveaway. Sorry to everybody who yes, that is Creature poking his head over the stairs in between the door and looking down and trying to look at the dogs outside. The old guy's taking his dogs out before he goes down to town. I lost my charity. Excuse me a moment. So, anybody who wants to come up and hang out, I'm still doing the open panel kind of thing. If anybody ever has any questions, you can feel free to ask me. Um, Most of y'all know that I do outdoor skills, bushcraft, survival, camping tips. I offer YouTube advice because I've got hundreds of hours from resources that have put thousands of hours into research. So in accumulation, I've got, kind of thousands of hours worth of knowledge for YouTube, the way it works, uh, the algorithm, how to, improve your channel, how to grow, things like that. If anybody has any sorts of questions about pretty much any topic, if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know. But not to sound like a know-it-all, probably not much that I'm stumped on. How did I know you were going to say that, Cliff? But I'm just not at the moment in the mood to carve, so that's why I'm not doing that at the moment. But I mean, if anybody's interested, I could start going through the different pieces of my bladed collection. Mike's Fishing Home, how's it going? I'm just running the fundraiser again there, Mike, trying to work up the money for the Jeep. Been taking a break for a little while. I kind of felt the strain from doing the water today. I don't know why, it just wore on me a little more than usual. And what I was planning on doing kind of got messed up because, you know, he's leaving until 2, 3 o'clock, so I can't go out and stack his wood. Because I was going to keep you guys included for that too, to show you kind of the day in the life. Just until someone comes up on panel, I don't want to go and do the chainsaw because I have to mute my mic to do the chainsaw to cut up my firewood, and then I'll be over here splitting it, which I can have the audio on for that and still talk and be involved. But it's a little difficult to do that, you know, when my mic is muted, and just trying to keep people entertained and included. So it'd be easier if I had somebody talking about stuff and that kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of at a stuck moment. Just give me a moment to think. I'm waiting to make sure that gotta wait for him to leave anyway, because he might take the dogs out again. And I need one moment. Gotta try to be a gentleman. So, I mean, I guess I'll start here. I've had many people ask me what hatchet I prefer. The First Scars camping hatchet. I can pretty much do everything I need to accomplish out when I'm camping or out bushcrafting or whatever with just this. It's small enough that I can carve with it, chop with it, dropped a decent sized tree with it too. I mean, I love these because it's light, hollowed out handle. I've actually seen people do a survival kit in this, which is awesome. I almost want to do that. You take it and you kind of like tie it all together on a string, put it in a bag, shove it in there, and then you shove something in here to keep it from falling out. And then you put the tie around it, and then you can just pull it out, and you have your whole survival kit. You can go camping with just this. I might do that just to have fun with that. Yeah. I do want to show you guys because I've been dying to show everybody this. Stay plugged in, piece of crap. This is my replica 300 sword. This is hand forged. It's almost a half an inch thick on the backside. Sorry, quarter-inch thick. It's quarter-inch thick plus on the backside. And it comes razor sharp. has a tip protector on it because that is one fine point tip. I love this thing. But I gotta say, this is heavier than my axe that I use to split wood. And this thing is, half my height. The only thing I have to say that really upset me, I don't know if you can see that. My brightness is down, so I can't really see on this camera. There's no butt plate. So you can see the screw that they're using to hold this bottom butt plate on, the pummel. It's a little irritating. So, okay, you can sort of see that, yeah. So, it's the only thing that I don't like about this, because online, when you ordered it, you can see it. I made a complaint, but I was already complaining about something else, and I got somebody who was a little attitudinal, and they're like, well, I can refund you for the shipping, or I can refund you for that. I was like, they're both an issue, so you should do both. You need to pick one, sir. Whatever, Karen. But this thing is just so sharp. You could damn near shave with it. I love it. And I've never had to sharpen it. And then, of course, because I got that one, I had to get this one. It's almost identical, but the difference is that's hand-forged high carbon steel. This is, I'm trying to think of the number. I think it's like 1058 high carbon plate steel. Super, super thin. Super thin compared to the other one. The tip doesn't come to as much of a point. Still got the nice guard on it, but a quarter of the weight. I've got knives that weigh heavier than this, but it's definitely very nice. Still like it. Still super sharp. I'm trying to get sponsored by the company that I bought these from. Thank you, Red Road. I really appreciate that. Rocky Mountain Life Prospecting. How's it going? How you doing, Rob? Just showing off my collection. I've been building it for years, so I already know I'm going to have someone be like, "Oh, well, how do you have all that if you don't have money?" I haven't bought a new knife in a year and a half, and then some. So it's been a while. I have almost a addiction, you could say, to blades. They are my absolute favorite. And I guess not just blades. Let me grab this one because it's not hanging up. I should still be on, depending on how late it is. But this is the Warhammer. Actually has a nice little drop holster. Belt sheath. And it's got the rubber guard on it. But it's dirty because it's been sitting on the stairs. One of the things that the wife and I do when we're decorating, we stage everything. As you saw when I did the walk around, I have a bunch of them plastered all over the walls here. As we go up the stairs, This is sitting on the stairs, just leaning up against the post, halfway up. Upstairs on the tree, the antler tree, we have 5 or 6 knives hanging. Over the bed, we have 2 knives each set up in cubby holes above the bed. We've got the spiked ball mace that I got from the local fan club that he don't know I have because his wife snuck it out to give it to me because she didn't want it in the house anymore. I feel terrible about that because he's awesome, but I didn't know what to do in that situation, so it was just kind of be like, if he ever discovers it and he wants it back, I'll give it back to him. But that's hanging over the bed too. Um, but this, see if I can get that design on there. There you go. This is the M48 Warhammer. Sorry if I said a different name, but have a good one, Elizabeth. Herbert T. I'm just showing off my collection right now because I've been trying to get people to seeing if anybody wants to come up and get on the panel to have a conversation, but hit a little slow point, so I'm just showing off my collection a little bit. One thing I love about this, and my destroyer, which I'll show you next, they have this heavy duty, what they call the skull crusher pommel. This thing, even if I wasn't even using the head and just whack something with this, that's going to be devastating. Just devastating. It's fiberglass. I forget the words for it, but the fiberglass handle, like the heavy duty axe handles and stuff. Then I have the Destroyer. These are the actual names that they were given by the manufacturer, so and they just work out awesome. This is one of my most beastly tomahawks, and it's got the skull crusher pommel on it as well. It's about a foot, I think 13, 14 inches. But what's awesome about these tomahawks too, with these holes through the heads, each one makes a different sound. They whistle. This is a deeper whistle because it's got the larger holes. But when you get to its little brother, it has consistent size holes through the head, and this one doesn't have. There we go. Still working on the camera. It doesn't have the skull crusher pommel. It whistles, and it's just an awesome sound when you throw it. And I have yet to throw one of these and hit something and not have it stick. They stick every time. I've even had it stick backwards, upside down, and it's awesome. This is another hammer, but it's kind of like a mix between the two. It's got the hammer front, but it's got the spike back. So this actually would almost be pretty good, like I want to say like one of those prospecting things, one of the prospecting spikes, or an ice hammer. But their design is just devastating. It's definitely meant to just cause harm. Just about everything I have is legal to carry. There is 3 that technically aren't. So that, oh, that's awesome. Red Road. Oh. And I love my collection, but this isn't even like the tip of the iceberg of what I've got hanging around. I want to show you another one. This one's easier to get to and easier to rehang. The double head battle axe. And these, I've got 2 of these because they came as a pair. They whistle like crazy when you throw them. And Red Road, like I said, you are welcome to come up. You don't have to have your camera on, and if you don't even want to, I can still be in the solo mode, and you can just be a voice from the ether. And Rocky Mountain, of course. You're welcome up here, bro. Anybody is. I'm on my marathon run, trying to uh, just promote the fundraiser, trying to raise some money. Red Road was helping me out there, dropping my spiel for me, which is awesome. There they are at it again. I appreciate that so much. It makes it easier so I can kind of be entertaining instead of sitting here repeating it over and over. I know it's got to be annoying. That came out right. Yeah. Help Modern Native out with car repairs so he can go to work. That was right. Thanks, Squirrel. I appreciate it. Ah. And one thing, when I am collecting my blades, everything has to be useful. I don't like show knives. I don't like knives that are going to break. Everything has to be useful if I'm going to pay for it. A couple of these are gifts that aren't entirely durable, I'll say. They're functional, but not durable. And this one, I keep the tip protectors on there whenever possible. There's that light right there. And these serrations are actually a deep saw serration. And they're actually very useful. But this is the Release the Hounds of Hell, Devil Dogs, Armed Forces, etched, laser etched into the blade. It's very nice. It has this deep gut hook on it, which I thought was just very interesting. And it looks like it's sharpened on the backside, but it's not. It's just for the design. Alrighty, the wife is off of work, and she'll be on her way shortly. She's luckily got a ride to go down to the store. Her first paycheck was less than $50 because she only got paid for one day, unfortunately. But so we won't have any actual income until next week. But then was supposed to be getting full time, but she's still only getting part time. So What's that, Mike? Thank you, Herbert. Yes. Swampland, how's it going? I'm gonna be going for a while, so you're definitely not late. Uh, what are you saying there, Mike? I'm a little confused. And yes, Tasha, if you show up early enough, you will be seeing it. Oh, okay. Why'd you say David? Curious why you said David, but thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Um, Swampland, welcome to the stream. We are doing the fundraiser for getting the Jeep fixed and on the road. Red Road Homestead has been dropping my spiel, a little condensed version of the spiel I've been saying. I really appreciate it, Red Road. The one thing I would ask is if you could include the fact that I am going to gift everybody a walking stick who donates as a thank you when I can get to work and start getting on my feet. But otherwise, like, you're doing awesome. Thank you so much. You definitely didn't need to do that, but I appreciate it. But I'm sure hearing me say it too many times is annoying. We're running the fundraiser for the Jeep to get it fixed and on the road to take care of the DM fees and the parts and everything else. And I am, as a thank you, anyone who donates to help us out with that, I am making a custom-made, handcrafted walking stick, staff, cane, or trekking poles to send as a gift for my total appreciation giveaway. And I will be repaying everybody who will let me. I'll be repaying everybody and still sending them the walking stick as a thank you. So that pretty much catches you up there. And Swampland, you have been here more than once, so there you go. Ah. If anybody watched my True EDC video, which was the first actual video I put out, you will have seen this. My badass cleaver. This thing goes through a deer leg, bone and all. It's how I get from the bottom joint down to the hoof. I chop those off and I give them to the boys as chew toys, and they love eating right through all that. And this will go right through it. And as you can see, even though I have punished, hopefully you can see it, even though I have punished it very, very hard, no chips, no dents, nothing in the blade. You got to go with high carbon steel. Like, I know people don't like it because they say it goes dull and it's hard to sharpen. I got these from the manufacturer, sharp. Haven't need to sharpen any of the high carbons, and I use them like heavily. This one came with an awesome belt sheath. The only problem I will say with these is the pins they're holding the buckle on popped right through the nylon. But what I like is it's a rubberized molded sheath. So a lot of the cloth ones, the polyester, the nylon, whatever, they generally will tear. After usage, after wearing it, they'll tear out. They'll poke through the tip. Excuse you, there's nothing going on. Taught you boys not. Hey. Back up. Back up. You wait. No, don't talk back to me. You wait. It's just John. You know we don't care. And when someone comes on the porch, keep your mouth shut. Okay? Wait. Creature. Back. Thank you. Stay. Go on. Nope. Now you gotta go the whole way. Go the whole way. Don't sass me. Yes, you're cute. Go play. Back up. Back up. Go play. Hit the roof. Freaking brats. Judy May. Haven't seen you in a little while. Awesome, Red Road. Thank you so much. To do Cash App, you have to do the $ anyway. So, I mean, hope. Oh, that's why you called me David. Yeah, no, sorry. That'll pop up with the first name, Dakota. That's how you know it'll be the right one. So, sorry, Mike. I hope you can cancel that and fix it. I mean, not even just for me, but for yourself, so that way you're not sending it to someone that you don't even know. There, see? He's gone. We don't care, do we? Go play. Sorry, I keep squinting at you guys. Excuse you. I must have missed your name or something. Alrighty, Mike. Glad you're able to cancel that. I haven't actually done it myself on Cash App. The wife handles that. She has the app on her phone. I don't have the space on mine. So, you know, I haven't actually worked the app at all. So I'm happy you were able to cancel that. And thank you again for sending it. I appreciate it so much. So I'll be making you your little fish lure, because I told you I was going to make that for you for your gift. And I'm wondering how tall you are, and do you like your walking sticks taller or shorter? Or, I know you're an old guy, you need a cane. you, I mean, you may want a cane because they're fun. Or do you want trekking poles or something like that? Let me know. It's not a link, Victoria. It is you either go online, you'll have to Google cashapp.com, or you go to the App Store on your phone and you download the app and set it up. I don't have PayPal to where you can click a link and go to it. I don't have a link that'll send you to Cash App. This is the only option we have. Uh, if PayPal is the only option, we can figure it out. I don't want to drop his name right now, but another YouTuber is running a fundraiser for somebody else. So he doesn't want me to send a bunch of people that way, so he doesn't have to try to figure out who is sending what for who. Alrighty, Mike. Gotta be difficult. Wonder if I could make a pool stick. It'd be a little more work, but if I get the right stick, it might turn out right. That might be fun. But anyway, yeah, I don't have a link like that, but it's the options that I have right now. So I will post this again. I am doing a semi-open panel. I really only do like one, maybe two at a time. Having too many people is too much chaos for me because obviously I talk too much. that was That's the main reason why I don't jump up on a lot of people's panels because it is just too much. It's upstate New York. I'm in the Adirondacks. If you were to search or Google the Great Sacandaga Lake, uh, SACANDAGA, it's that's the lake that I live near. It's actually a very interesting piece of history there. My ancestors lived in the valley next to the river, which is called the Sacandaga River, that used to flow all the way through into Kennieto Creek, which is where a lot of my camping videos are from. I camped next to Kennieto Creek for 5 months straight. My ancestors lived in the valley, but when corporations came up and there was flooding farther down, they more or less forced the natives out like they usually do. And they went up north to St. Regis and they flooded that valley and turned it into the lake that we have today. I appreciate that, Gary. I'm still doing a total appreciation giveaway when I am up on my feet and I'm working. So I will have yes, it will show Dakota. That's the right one, Gary. Thank you so very much, everybody. You guys are awesome. I definitely appreciate it. And Victoria May, I'm not sure. I'll try to do it on my other phone, see if I can do something. And thank you, Gary, for not dropping the last name. We don't publicly post our full information, just for multiple reasons. Let me see if I can do this. May take a moment because the Wi-Fi sucks. Come on. Sorry, everybody. Of course, technical difficulties. Envoy overload, yeah? Same thing. Maybe it'll be share link. That looks like that might work. This old helmet, that's just funny. You're definitely in the right room. Yeah, go Beast, Mike. Thank you. Victoria May, there's a link just up. I posted it 1, 2, 3 chats before you. You can try that one. That might work for you. That's the only thing I found other than because I got the Envoy overload as well when I went to search it the other way. But that's still the same Cash App symbol. I think that's the desktop version that you can use. So hopefully that'll work. I mean, if anybody has a PayPal that they'd be willing to post to have people who only have PayPal send it to that, that would really help me out. If you'd be able to then Cash App it to us after the money processes and all that. I know there's fees and stuff like that, and so I mean, it is up to anybody who would wish to do that. I would definitely appreciate it, but obviously that's not necessary. Outdoors with BigMatt is doing a fundraiser for somebody else, and he's accepting PayPal for them. He said that if somebody has to, they can send it to him, but they have to let him know that it is intended for me, and he will figure out how to get it to me. But if somebody else has an option too, let me know. Oh, I'm sorry, Victoria. That's my issue too. I can't download it because mine's full. I don't care about a friend suggestion. No. Sorry, I was just checking my notifications real fast. And it's raining. So I'm glad I have enough wood because I don't like running the chainsaw in the rain. It's a gas chainsaw and it'd be fine. But just with the risk of slipping, if I don't have to, I'm not going to. So that's that. My day just got a little messed up because of the weather, but that's how it is out here. I do have some stuff I have to do while I'm doing this. Of course, as always, checking and feeding the wood stoves. Constant thing. But I mean, It's heat. And I enjoy the wood stove. Definitely appreciate everybody hanging out. Uh, Definitely a big thank you to Red Road for helping me out with posting that information and keeping my spiel going so I don't have to repeat it so many times. I know I still repeat it a lot, but I mean, yeah, I appreciate that, Herbert. Definitely a nice little notice there, especially because you were watching the survivalist video I just posted. And yeah, Cliff, you got that right. Because this morning when I woke up, it was sunny with a nice dusting. Then when I went to go do the wood, there's just some light flurries. Came inside, or the water, sorry. Came inside with the buckets, and it was a heavy snow. Now it's raining, or a few minutes ago it was raining. Now that sounds like hail. Yeah, that's how it was in Washington. Uh, Washington, we would wake up and it'd be sunny and 55, and then middle of the day it'll drop to like 4. Well, actually, you wake up and it's like 30, 45 degrees and snowing, but then middle of the day it's 55. Can everybody still hear me? Did my audio just get screwed up? Check, check, check. Okay. Says my mic is still working. I told her I was live. Oh, son of a bitch. Want to give me some feedback? Super upset right now. This is killing me. Is it working? That was really frustrating. That was really frustrating. Sorry about the echo, but at least I know it works. So, hoping I'm still working. Okay. Welcome back. Very, very sorry, everyone. But everything is experience. Everything is a learning process. So I will say this, what I'm pretty sure is what it is. When it messes up like that, I have to completely disconnect Bluetooth at all. Because even if I'm choosing to go to default, speakerphone, headpiece, Bluetooth, it wouldn't work. Restarted my phone multiple times. Apparently what it is when it messes up like that, I have to turn my Bluetooth off, get it to load up and start it, then turn on the Bluetooth and switch it over to the Bluetooth on the settings. So we're back. Thank you so much for your patience. If only you guys could hear what was going on that whole time. But I'm back. It's working. Whoosah. Thank you, Red Road. Now I just need to breathe for a moment. But I'm stubborn, which is why I kept going through, kept doing it until it frickin' worked. So next time that happens, I will try that again to see if that'll be the quick fix. Maybe that won't happen again. Hi, Herbert. Thank you, thank you. Very sorry about that. But I'm pretty sure I figured out the process to fix that technical difficulty. So if that happens again, which I'm sure it will, because I'm probably only like a half hour to an hour away from being called again, because the old guy calls me about 6 times a day, and it's always like the same conversation for some reason. Because, it's one of those things, if you tell me you're going to be home 2:30, 3 o'clock, and then I can go and stack your wood for you, you don't need to tell me 3 times that you'll be home 2, 3 o'clock and that I can come and stack your wood for you. I got it. Just once. Hi, Snow. Snow just slid off the roof. Okay. Feels a little chilly in here. So let me check, make sure the wood stove is actually going the right way. Sometimes when you put in new pieces of wood, it changes how it wants to burn, and it needs some adjustment. So Sorry that took so long, but I can definitely guarantee that was much more frustrating on my end than it was on yours. Glad my phone does not have feelings because I would have made it very upset. So does anybody even remember where we were in the conversation? God, how long was that even? I'm scared to even know. The rain has stopped, but the wind has kicked up. So, and where I need to cut wood, there is a tree that is leaning and cut, but not down, and a branch that's hanging off. During wind like this, I don't want to be messing around over there because I don't want to be impaled by nature's harpoon. Because apparently, that'll just be my luck today. I'm not even pulling that down to look at it because I don't want to deal with it again. Okay. So, looking at my canoe ore, I just remembered what project I have to work on. One of my original top supporters, he likes his canoe, and I was going to carve him a paddle. I have some black birch that I have the logs saved from when we were camping down at Canyon Creek. And they're the perfect size to make a nice oar out of. So, that'll be his gift. Oh, you don't blame me for not wanting to pull it down and deal with it. Oh, thank you for sticking it out. I really appreciate you. I really do. And thank you for dropping the information again, doing my spiel. But yeah. Don't even get any funny ideas. I'm just cold. Well, I can feel the shiver. Yeah. I've learned to listen to different signs because of my nerve damage that's going on. I don't feel that stuff anymore. Oh, that's right. I was talking about the lake and stuff like that. Um, yeah. Where I live in upstate New York, it's I live at the foothills of the Adirondacks, like the southernmost end. The town on the other side of the lake is where the Adirondack Park actually starts. So I got a lot of woods up here. We have 11 acres of woods out back, and it's beautiful land. I love it. And it's one of those things where specifically where I'm at, I hate waste, right? It's the native thing, not wasting anything, using everything you can. But I enjoy when people around me are wasteful in the sense that they let me make use of the stuff they don't want to deal with. The neighbor up the road, he's not a full timer. He doesn't stay up here all year. But he has a huge hill behind him with all these birch saplings. And he just wants them cut down. Half of them just kind of lay around and rot. The rest that actually get saved, he turns into kindling just because to burn it, to get it out of the way. But luckily, I told him I'd cut them down for him so that way I can use them. Because I also plan on taking a bunch of the green ones, putting them along the deck that we have out front, and arching it to make a Lattice old style kind of branch arch deal. So that way it's kind of covered. And I'm going to put planters around the edge and have the plants grow up along the Lattice work. And of course, it's where I get all my saplings for my walking sticks. In the green saplings, I can steam the ends of them and bend it, tie it, and then get it to dry that way, and it'll harden up and turn into a really nice cane. You know, it's one of those things. I have to take care of the old guy, help him with his firewood, take his garbage out, feed his chickens when he's not up for it, clean out the coop, and help him butcher the chickens. The list goes on with the scrap metal and everything else, and it's damn near a full-time job. On top of the double full-time job of maintaining the cabin, because I didn't have any time to prepare. I got here in October, and it was, okay, you're here, winter's coming, get shit ready. Took a month for me to get help to get the wood stove in here, because I don't care how beast I am, I was not getting that in here by myself. And with the wife's help, that would have just been a catastrophe because of her medical problems and limitations. Me and the guy that did it had such a struggle that it was really hard to lift up the stairs. So I got a steep staircase that I have to go up to get it in here. So that took a month to organize. So there it is, November, and I just got the wood stove in. Now, I didn't have a chainsaw, so I had to borrow his, and that was an off and on process. So I wasn't able to stock up on firewood. So in all of this, I didn't have the money to set up the plumbing for my hydrocycle, which I wanted to set up. And so even in the middle of winter, I'm still out fetching buckets of water so we can have water. Now, almost the last month, the toilet's been frozen. So, woohoo, have to deal with that. And then trying to get the Jeep on the road, it's very stressful, very depressing. And then it's things like this. Something small and simple where the phone was just messing up. It was a stupid issue that hopefully, if that fix is the way it's going to be fixed next time it happens, it's a stupid, simple fix, but it's so frustrating. It's really one of those times where it's almost like that's the straw that breaks the camel's back. That's what pushed me over the edge. Like, I'll be honest with you guys, that was so frustrating and so irritating, but I'm still so stubborn that I refused to end this where it was and just leave it at a black screen for the last 20 minutes and just end it. I got so frustrated. I was screaming. I was cursing at the phone. Getting so frustrated that I pretty much broke down. So you never know what that stupid little thing that it is that's going to push you to the edge to just make you. I don't want to say make you want to quit, but yeah, it's just about. So, sorry I was missing your chats. But and I plan on growing my own food. It's just I'll have to do vertical gardening for a lot of it and terrace gardening on the hill because it's a steep hill behind us. And I would have water catchments if we had any water to catch. Uh, Tasha, the wonderful Tasha, brought us 2 barrels, 2 of the 55-gallon drums. The phone is actually sitting on one. That'll be part of the hydro cycle, where it's a 60-foot steep hill, which actually sets it up perfect for me to have a hydro turbine in a tube with water passing from one barrel to the other, and then a passive siphon system refilling the barrel up top, so it'll constantly be cycling, hence hydrocycle. But that'll give me my water pressure and my power, so I can have running water and electricity independent of his, so that way I don't have to pay him electric. And then I'm going to be, the toilet does work when it's not frozen. I plan on adding a T with a valve, so that way it can go through the regular system into the septic when it's fluids. But when it's solids, I can pull a lever, switch that valve to go out that way to a biogas digester. So that way that'll produce my methane fuel, which can be used like propane in the propane stove that is in the kitchen that's not hooked up to anything. So obviously, on top of everything else, I can barely afford the kerosene for the heat. I can't afford the propane for that. So it's just a lot of stuff that has to get done in a short amount of time come spring. So that way I can focus on the other projects that I have, hence gardening. And I make my own medicine too. Actually, I got something to show you. Now, I'm sure you know ghost pipe or Indian pipe, which is the only time I use that word. I made an Indian pipe tincture, which is a nervine, which helps with anxiety, pain, and just the overwhelmingness of it. It's not entirely a painkiller, but what it does is it helps your mind slow down and process, and slows down the nerve. Um, the electrons to help you mentally process everything at a slower rate, so that way that dilapidating pain can be handled. So I've got my tincture, which is awesome. The wife uses it for her nerve problems. And yes, that was in a bootlegger bottle. And still trying to. It's I like things like that. I use birch sap. I use that as an additive in some teas and stuff like that. As people know, I use chaga, which is the fungus that grows on birch trees. It, both of those have a lot of, because the chaga uh, takes some of its attributes from the birch. They both have antibiotic, antioxidant kind of qualities to it, and it helps boost your immune system. That's one thing I really enjoy, and that's not even something I can really like produce. Just something I have to go out and harvest, um, forage. That's the word I was looking for. When I got bit by a leech, it was underneath the band of a flip flop. I don't know if you saw that video. Um, can't remember who commented on it at the moment, but that was something that I used. I used chaga to help me fight off that infection because it ended up being a near systemic infection. It caused me to get pale, get weak, and get shaky very rapidly because when they are handled improperly or removed the wrong way, hence being crushed to my foot, they spew their bile, which is mixed with your blood that they just sucked out of you. And if it goes into the open wound, it can cause, trying to think of where, I can't remember at the moment, but causes an infection with the bacteria that it has. I'm hoping I can get comfrey to grow out here because I do want to use that for pain management for the wife. Um, it's just trying to get things to grow out here can be an issue sometimes. Uh, sorry again. You got to excuse me for one moment. Oh, look at that. You got a guess.
Oh, he's quick. Okay, it's probably night now.
I used to make
Good timing.
this.
No, it isn't.
That's awesome. I love that. You got yourself all gussied up to come back on?
I just wanted to show you. I made men versions of them, the four strands instead of the women's version, which is 3-strand. But the bone and everything is kind of expensive to buy. I don't know why that one looks so white. It's not really. It's the same color as the rest of them. It's just showing white.
Yeah, that
And
really is showing up white.
yeah, I don't know why, because it's actually the same color as the rest of them. And then there's a conch shell, and I'm not sure what these little stones are, but
I'm sorry, person. You need to actually be.
the
Thank you for
spacers,
translating that.
I made myself from a piece of leather. I make the spacers myself if I have a tough enough lever. And then the straps, I used to have sinew for the straps, the tie straps, But the sinew, if they get wet, they crack and they get real brittle,
Hmm.
and break. And I used to have some that was horsehair, the bone. Instead of
Hmm.
bone, it was horsehair beads. And let me turn it over. These are like the old bullets from the old guns, that had the round metal balls.
Yeah.
So those are just some extra old bullets that I had, and then these different color stones that somebody made the holes through them and then smoothed them out. And the little tiny ones right there, those are BBs that somebody put holes through. Um, and then a mother of pearl conch on it. But I take bits and pieces of other ones that are broken or missing some, and I'll collect them, and then I'll make these chokers. I made two other ones. One was, like I said, a 4 strand with bigger, longer, and thicker bone, um, and a bigger conch and all of that. And some of them was the horsehair, which was antique. It was off of something antique, an antique choker that I had come across, and so I made one for my nephew. And so, as far as I know, he still got his. But this one I
And
made.
real quick, to the person who asked, definitely not in Saudi Arabia, U.S., New York. Mhm.
Yeah,
And
English.
Red Road, yeah, I was going to say musket balls or black powder balls, whether it's musket or a 6 shooter.
Yeah, these ones I think they're copper. They're copper musket balls. That's
Ah, ah.
yeah.
I
So
almost blocked that person because they left a huge message written in Arabic script, and
yeah,
I was like, no,
English,
you,
please.
yes,
You don't
not,
understand.
yeah, not to be that kind of person, but no, I can't have that blowing up all over my channel. YouTube does recognize that as bots.
No, we're not from Saudi Arabia. We're in the United States of America and speak English.
Yeah, I would love to see some of those breastplates.
Yeah, I
I
can
would
make them. If I have enough material, I even can make those. I
I
am
would
no
love
good.
a traditional styled vest.
I can make one if I have the materials.
Yeah,
Like
Red
I
Road is
said,
saying that she made some.
yeah, if I have a tough enough, thick enough leather, I can even do the spacers myself, um, and the string. But the beads and stuff, they're quite
I'm
expensive.
still listening.
And you also have to have a machine if you're gonna do the bone, or you can also use antler, but you have to have a machine to be able to smooth and round this part, and to put the holes through, and then not crack it at the same time. But you can do it with bone, you can do it with antler. They have old horsehair ones, um, but those are rare. I don't know that you can find the horsehair ones. Like I said, the ones that I had were very old, from a very, very old choker. And then the conches, um, you can use about anything as a conch. Um, mostly they used mother of pearl like this one, and depending on if it's made for a man or a woman, a man's would be like that thick on your neck, and the conch would be just as thick. And
See, in my area, we wouldn't have any mother of pearl, so what they probably would have used, I haven't 100% done all the research on the traditional methods, but what they probably would have used would have been the skull plate of deer head. They
yeah,
smooth it out, thin it out. They could probably use that.
you know, they did a lot of trading with other tribes. They would travel great distances to trade amongst each other. They meet in a central area, like the people on the coastline would come up and they would trade. There's a certain shell that they used as money, and I have some of those shells, but I don't know exactly. Hold on, let me see if I can. I have some.
See, Red Road, I would love for you to come up here and even if you're not on the stream itself, if you're just it's your voice, I would love to be able to pick your brain on some of the more traditional methods and knowledge. I will admit you are more knowledgeable than me, but I love it. I love being able to pick someone's brain on the more traditional things. And I would love a pair of moccasins. I need a pair of some heavy duty moccasins for me to run around in.
These shells were used as money back then, before white men, and because they decorated a lot of their clothing and like dance clothes and stuff that were meant for ceremony. They used a lot of these shells, and so these were an actual trade money. My green screen's making it hard, but
I was wondering. I thought that was a green screen.
yeah. So
I
yeah,
thought for a while there until you stepped away and it went fuzzy. I thought that was a painting you had on the back wall. I was like, that is awesome.
oh, it's just a picture from my green screen. I want one of those so bad, you just don't know. I want one. I don't care if I had to pitch it in my front yard of my trailer park. I
Me and
would.
Tasha are actually going to be making one this spring, summer.
Oh, I want one so bad. It don't have to be that big. I mean, that's a huge one. That's probably 20 by 20. I'm thinking, if not bigger.
Yeah, that
Um,
was more or less the standard size, except for the small, hunting trip.
and
Small group ones.
this one is great. See how it's darker right to the door frame right here? This dark. That's
Yeah,
because inside, what covers the floor, and then it comes up like this and ties to the post. And so you've actually got a floor, and it insulates and keeps the bottom where there's a gap, from the ground to the canopy of the teepee. There's a gap that air that will be able to get around. So this is an inside liner that you can also get, and it covers the floor, and it comes up to the door right here, and you tie it to each post, and then you don't get that draft from the ground coming in. Um, and these flaps close. I mean, you go out and there's these extra poles, and you move the poles and you can close the flaps. If there's bad weather like snow or rain, you can close those down and keep more warmth in there. But they've got it open because obviously they've got a good fire going in there. You see right here.
yeah.
And the fire is usually center of the teepee, right into the center. And then their sleeping areas are all around the outer edges. And a whole family, aunts, uncles, kids, everybody sometimes would live in one teepee. So, but I would want one that would only be maybe not even 10 foot by 10 foot, because,
It's not a lot of headspace though. If the footprint is 10 by 10, you don't have a lot of headspace to really stand
yeah,
around and be in.
I realized that, and the whole purpose wouldn't. It would just be like a teepee tent, and I'd put a wood burning stove in it instead of having the fire pit in the central. I would probably put a wood burning stove towards the back here.
See, I'm trying to organize a summer meetup powwow whole group get together thing. I want to get a ton of YouTubers up to all. We can film different angles and different situations where we're in the powwow and group hangout and stuff like that. And then at night we'll have a big bonfire, and I want everybody to go live so we can have like a multi-channel kind of whole thing going.
Like,
So we'll have the
nice.
real life fire circle, and then we'll have the
Kind of like you do
digital fire circle.
the old oh, what do they call them when they dress up in the old military clothes and they go out with their musket guns and they do the
A reenactment.
reenactments. It would be cool to see modern people start something like that, but more centered around the Native American reenactment kind of a thing. That would be so awesome. Yeah.
Because I'm going to be doing the bushcraft survival school, so I'm going to have different versions of shelters. I'm going to have teepees. I'm going to have wigwams. I'm going to build a traditional longhouse. So, I mean, if I were to be able to set up those shelters in a big kind of circle, and then have a big bonfire circle in the center with the log seating, I feel like that would just be a really great setting so people can kind of like immerse themselves in the situation. We can have skill stations where we teach everybody the different skills that some people don't have,
Right.
and be able to share that experience, and everybody can make videos of it and upload it when they get home or while they're there or whatever, and then we can all do a live stream, just a whole big fire circle live stream to where everybody's popping up on channels and they see, everybody's seeing everybody else in the background on their live stream, and they're like, oh, you got a whole
show
group
how they
going.
dry their fish over a campfire and how they would make the frames to stretch out the hides.
Yeah, I'm going to actually be doing that soon here too, because I got hides to stretch.
And you know what pemmican is, right?
Huh?
You know what pemmican is?
I know the word, but I can't think of it.
It's the patties that they would make that would last out of the fat, berries, wild herbs, dried venison, and they'd make these patties out of it, and they would that's what they would give the hunters or the warriors, or they would make these to help them make it through like winters when hunting was low and they needed that food because they didn't have the refrigeration and stuff. So it was made from different some kind of fat. I don't remember what exactly the ingredient was, but it was wild things that they would find or get from their meat: fat, venison, berries, and herbs. And that was a healthy, kind of like health bars that we have nowadays.
Yeah.
The hard ones that you can open it, you can take a few bites and close it back up and put it away. Well, it's kind of that idea, but back in an era when
Processing wasn't a big thing.
Yeah.
I do remember what you're talking about. Since I had a break. Hey, hush, shut up, creature. It's mom. Go lay down.
Yeah, just
knowing that it is on a live stream. No, I know what pemmican is, and I just couldn't think of it when you said the word.
No, I was
since I had
in the chat. If they want to know how to make pemmican, just Google it, and You probably could get all the ingredients of pemmican and how to make it.
I mean, there's only two. If you're still watching the chat, like on YouTube itself, that it's still just you and me right now, unfortunately. Since
Oh, well, we'll
I had a
figure that.
real I yeah I had a real bad spaz out with the
I was
technical
here.
difficulties,
I
and
never stopped you. I went and opened new tabs and was listening until I actually heard your voice. Then I came back.
yeah, I was. But the wife is here. I'm sorry to leave you so quick, but I will be back. I told her I'm doing this as a marathon, so she'll understand. But for right now, I'm gonna have to.
I'm going to pull up pemmican. Okay, authentic Native American pemmican recipe and history. I can't see the chat right now, so if y'all are talking, I won't be able to see you. It's a, as I said, it's an energy bars are for. It says energy bars are for amateurs. Jerky is lame. If you want a real snack for the wilderness, I've got something like you've never had before. You can make it at home. It's packed with protein and fat and calories. You can take it with you anywhere and it never goes bad. Yeah, so that's why I was. Authentic Native American pemmican recipe. What is pemmican and why is it survival food? Pemmican is a way of combining dried meat with rendered fat to produce the Native American equivalent of a protein bar. Preparing the meat and fat in this way was important for two reasons. It preserved the meat and could keep for a year or more. This provided food at times when hunting was unsuccessful or not possible. The combination of protein and fat provided a high calorie, easy to carry food that did not require cooking before eating. A small amount could sustain a person for a long time. They do have a picture of it here, however. I can't show you because I don't have a way to share the screen, but it shows you what it is. And theirs is square. The ones I know of were rounded. Beginning more than 5,000 years ago, Native Americans made this snack called pemmican by hunting and processing bison. Oh, I was wrong. Into an energy bar that was so rich in nutrients it could sustain hunters for months on end. They contained as many as 3,500 calories per pound. I'm still trying to find the recipe for it. The word pemmican stems from the Native American Cree word pemi, P-E-M-I, which means fat or grease. The fat is an important and clever addition to the dried meat. Not only does the fat add calories, this is survival food, so calories are good. But fat repels water over time, and fat will keep moisture out. They also use fat for their hides and stuff, which is usually what causes food to go bad. So, by drying the meat first and then preserving it in rendered fat, the resulting pemmican can last months or even years. The Pemmican War, Native Americans had made pemmican for a very long time, hundreds to possibly thousands of years, but details of its use were not recorded for most of that time. Pemmican is such a useful food, however, that its use continued into the 19th and 20th century. For example, Pemmican was an incredibly important food for early settlers of the American West and Canada between crop harvests. It was one of the few source of sustenance in the 1810s. A major feud existed between the two major fur trading companies in the area that is now South Manitoba, North Minnesota, and Eastern North Dakota. The
Have a good one,
governor
Red Road. Sorry.
oh, the
I don't know
governor
how
of
long ago that was.
the governor of this area took sides with one of the companies and banned the export of pemmican from the Red River area. The ban essentially cut the trading power of one company off from their food source because they relied so heavily on pemmican. The ban was known as the Pemmican Proclamation and led to the Pemmican War. That's right, there was a whole war named after pemmican. And then it tells you a little bit more about that war. I'm still trying to find the actual recipe. They're talking on and on. Okay, right, maybe right here. Um, okay, the pictures of sledging rations for one man for one day taken by Herbert Ponting during the British Antarctic expedition in 1910 to 13 depicts 340
I know.
grams
Okay, so
pemmican,
use everything on your card.
Sorry.
450 grams of biscuit, 72 grams butter, 20. Oh, okay, that's more updated. It's got chocolate, and that's not the one that's traditional. Let's see if I can find the. Okay, it's getting into it now. Along with the variations in the meat, there are also wide variations in the flavoring, include berries and spices, which I stated earlier. It was common for Native Americans to use all kinds of wild berries to flavor and add some nutrition to their pemmican. As pemmican was common throughout North America, the type of berries used varied regionally. Native Americans also commonly use spices to pemmican to give it some flavor. The type of spices used likely varied regionally, just like the berries, but probably also varied depending on their availability. For example, the tribes in the north used maple syrup in their food, so they may have used that to give their pemmican a slightly sweet taste. Tribes in Mexico and Central America traded allspice, which would have given their pemmican a completely different taste. So, more or less, it was whatever herbs and berries grew in their area is what they would use to make the pemmican. And it's showing different pictures. Now they're saying buffalo, but I was also told that they also could have used um, venison, or I probably any kind of meat that you would find or hunt in the summer. You could preserve, dry, then make the pemmican with it, along with the herbs and berries. But you'd have to have the processed fat. So I hope I didn't bore you guys too much with all that.
No, it's all good. I didn't catch some of it, but I definitely will watch that section on the replay. I had to take my earbud out because I was going outside. I didn't want to drop it.
Yeah, that's fine.
But that's
Yeah,
definitely interesting for the replay. And actually, for people on the replay, the code word for this section after, the blackout will be pemmican. How do you spell that? Pemmican?
P-E-M-M, yeah, Pemmican.
So those on the replay, go down to the bottom of the comment section and put in just the word pemmican to let me know that you were paying attention during this section to let us know that you were watching the replay and being awesome. I know this is a huge long one, so I thank everybody for their patience and their attention. So And thank you. Sorry for a second, I blanked. Thank you, Victoria May, for helping me out on this. The wife came home. I had to help her out bringing some groceries and
Hello,
catch
Miss
up on what was
Native.
going on. She can't hear you because you're in my ear, but Victoria says, "Hi, Miss Native." That's
All
the
right,
missus
well,
right there.
there she is, still in her work clothes.
Yep.
Not even getting to
Hi.
relax yet.
I can't hear no one, but hi.
She said there she is, still in her work clothes.
Yeah, just got off
She
work.
just walked through the door.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna be in your chat. I'm still listening, and maybe I'll pop back up after a
I was
while
gonna say
because I'm
you
the boy down
you
for
could
his
still hang
nap.
out and talk. I mean, you have a ton of knowledge too that I find very interesting. You know a lot
Yeah,
of what area are you in?
I'm in Washington State.
That's right. Do you know the Port Orchard, Bremerton, Owawa, Gig Harbor area?
I I recognize the Indian Chihuahua, but I don't know.
I was.
I'm about 200 miles, 230 miles, I think, from Spokane, 400 miles from Canada, and a
Oh, so
30-minute
you're
drive
Western.
from
You're
Oregon.
Western Washington.
Yeah, I'm like 30
Yep.
minutes and I'm in Oregon.
Or sorry, Eastern Washington.
Yeah, I
I
thought
was in.
so.
I was in
But
Western Washington, out by the Puget Sound, across the Tacoma Bridge.
yeah, no, I'm up on the Columbia River.
See, you're Eastern Washington then, like southeast ish.
Yeah, like I said, I'm between Canada, Spokane, Idaho, and then Oregon.
Yeah, I was out on the other side, across the bay, the Puget Sound from Seattle.
Yeah,
The ferry that goes across that goes to Bremerton. I was just south of there.
I
That's
I like the trees, but with the trees come lots and
and
lots and
lots
lots
of
of
pollen.
rain. And I like being outdoors too much for that much rain. And I've had
See,
a friend that would move up there and then he'd move back because he said it was depressing because it rained so much.
coming from New York, where I had all four seasons, and it was a very nice four seasons. Going to Washington, where I had a season and a half sometimes. But I got to tell you, the heaviness of the air out there, that moisture, that heaviness, it was just muggy and foggy, and you could like feel that you were breathing in the fog. And it was like one of the first times I've ever been able to reach out and pet a cloud. Like, that was just too much. And I really
Yeah.
hated the fact that I'd wake up, it'd rain, get sun for an hour, and rain. And I'm just like,
Yeah, the area I'm in is more desert. It's I miss the trees. I mean, we do have trees, but it's far and few between. You know, it's more sand and sagebrush and tumbleweeds.
sorry. But you have a ton of native knowledge, and that's why I was like I was like, well, you got to have heritage if you're that into it. But I definitely
Everything
understand the loving the lifestyle and the history and the methods, especially the traditional ways.
yeah,
I'm obsessed with it. It's one of my favorite things. Besides the fact
yeah.
that it's my heritage, I love
Well,
all the different cultures the way they were.
as
Oh,
I
excuse
said,
me.
my friend told me I'm more native than most natives she knows
Yeah,
because I've just always been that way from the time I can. I think from the moment I started walking, when kids were playing cowboys and Indians, I always wanted to be the Indian. I didn't want to be a Western woman. I wanted to be the Indian woman. I wanted to build a teepee.
it's actually a funny story. That was my first shelter I ever built. The first the first tree I ever fell was with a hatchet, and the first shelter I ever built was a teepee. I dropped a birch tree with a hatchet, cut it into sections, leaned up the poles, and then I wrapped a blanket around it. It was only like 4 feet by 3 feet, sort of in a circle, and the blanket kind of covered it. I mean, I was 6, 7 years old. I was making a teepee. I was being a native in the woods.
My
My
parents
backyard.
would
But
have been frustrated with me because if I had seen the video that I seen, they would be mad at me. And the reason I say that is because I watched a guy do a bushcraft, right? He goes out in the woods, he cuts down some small little saplings that were dead, and he makes a teepee frame. And then he took cellophane
oh, geez.
boxes of, I mean, more than one box, boxes and boxes of cellophane, went completely around the whole entire thing until he had it completely covered with cellophane. And then he cut the door out and he made a little frame and he cellophaned that.
How's it going, Lieutenant? Nice to meet you. Or, well, not meet you. I've seen you quite a bit. Thanks for stopping in. We're just kind of having a chit chat hangout right now. And definitely love seeing fans from Germany. I got a couple of them.
But I'm going to drop down for a little while and I might come back a little bit later.
Just leave me hanging.
My nephew goes down for his nap at 2. So if you're still going at 2, then I'll be able to have some freedom for a little
Oh, I
while.
mean, it's only noon for you, right?
Yeah, it is
Quarter after noon.
12:15. Yeah,
Yep.
12:15 right now.
It's
So
3:15 for me, so I was going to say, if he's waking up at 2, you're about an hour late.
no, he goes down at 2.
Oh, that's right.
So, all right. Well, depending on how he's acting, we'll see. I might be back sooner, but
Do what you got to do. I appreciate you coming out and hanging out. I'm
yeah,
enjoying it.
I
I'm,
might have to drop your link again when I do come back, but I'll be
okay.
back. All right.
I'll be right back, y'all. But I'm not going anywhere. Just be right back. Hope everybody can still hear me. Hope everybody can still hear me. Sorry about the echo. I just had to check that because I don't have anybody in chat. Sorry, everybody. I know this is a whole fucking heavy-winded, long-winded, boring live stream. Hoping at some point it kicks up, probably while I'm doing the wood in a little bit. Hey everybody, I'm back. Sorry about that. It's always a little bit of a chaos when the wife comes home. No, baby, literally it says 2 and one of them is downstairs on the freaking barrel. Nobody's been chatting the last little bit because nobody's here. And as I say that, fucking drops to 1 again. But exciting moment. We got the gift of green. Yep. I'm doing it. Somebody helped us out and got us our herbal medicine. Creature, stop staring at the bag like fucking something is gonna pop out of it. So, hi everybody. Sorry it's been a little boring and a little bit of chaos at some points. Not to mention the freaking technical difficulties. I've already dropped 2 code words. Says Monroe, New York.
You left your power thing downstairs.
What?
Your power chain.
No, I drank it. Saving the other one for tomorrow. So, we're back. We're hanging out upstairs for a little bit before I go down and do the wood. I'm going to bring you guys along for that. I'm going to try to find a spot to shelter the phone so that way I can do the wood. Y'all can hang out and watch me. I can listen and talk to you guys for the first little bit. Once I start going inside the house, though, to bring his wood inside his house, I won't be able to do much chatting because I will have to mute the mic, or else all you guys will go deaf from
Smells like your cologne.
yeah, from a freaking dog that doesn't shut up and is so obnoxious I can't even deal with it. So most of the time I put on music just to not listen to her. I will be putting her through training, but she is a couple years old. She's kind of set in her ways, so it's going to be quite the project to train that out of her. He was staring at that one like something was going to pop out of it. Gummies. I saw the airheads. And I was like,
I only want a couple. The rest of yours.
the wife was able to get some goodies. And I guess you got yourself some goodies.
These are new. I've never had those. That's an octopus. I've never had that. I want some gummy sharks. And I don't know if I'll like these, so if I don't, you can have them.
Okay.
And chocolate chips, lemon, and oatmeal cookies.
Yeah.
The cookies seem to last a little bit. only other food stuff.
Thank you.
Where the hell did that come from? That's one of my herbal crafts. But I had it all in one file. Because I never had to dump out my one. Okay.
Huh.
But that's not moved.
I don't see anything anywhere else. Dogs are monstrosities, hence why one is actually named Monster. Well, I'm actually getting it to charge. Let's see if when I unplug it, it drops to 0 again. There we go. I've been alternating.
So you can hang one somewhere over there.
To combat my feet.
You can hang it on the side.
You know your boot rot is bad when the wife gets you a car freshener to make sure that you don't have to smell your stank boot. But we're just gonna hang out for a little bit. Gonna have a smoke. Probably gonna freaking quit it halfway through because we haven't smoked in so long. I need to be able to go and do woods. Got the doggo bone.
Because I spoil my children immensely.
Well,
I was just going to do it sometime.
okay.
Come on, drop it.
Good boys.
I was a little stubborn at first and didn't want to do anything.
He doesn't like to lay down.
He was on the edge of the bed, so every time he laid down, it looked like he was standing. So I wanted him off the bed.
But he still don't like to lay down.
No. No, it doesn't.
He's like, but I'm lower than you. I'm down. Okay.
I'm only drinking a little bit right
Hiya, whoever joined in. Thanks for coming around. The wife just got home from work, so we're just chilling out for a minute. I'm on a marathon run. So.
I'm on a I don't care run.
Funny little tidbit for you. I always had a habit of plucking my face hair, and I didn't understand why. It was just something I always did because it came in patches anyway, and it doesn't come in thick. And I always get like these stupid ingrown hairs. But as it turns out, that's actually like almost like an instinct from my native heritage. They would pluck their hair because their facial hair didn't really come in like that. So I thought that was interesting when I found that out. I need my thing to be shared out. I need.
You put a new one in that one too?
I just did one.
I thought you were gonna do both. Back up your time machine.
Yeah.
Plus, it better be her time when she got home. By the way, your cigarettes?
I know.
They're $12.85.
It used to be 13 something. So now it's doing that.
Well, I mean, the color is not as red.
No, but that's something that's also
It's shiny.
concerning me. Yeah, it's shiny and it's cracked.
Sorry for Hammer ripping through my hair. I should have grabbed a brush. Keep forgetting. Give me 1 quick second.
Had to be a gentleman for a minute.
Oh. Is that like the hair? I get home.
I'm sorry. Being a gentleman doesn't help. I'm sorry. Actually, I don't think I can handle a coughing fit. Give me a minute. Hi everybody, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to take a bathroom break. Phew. I didn't want to smoke and then have a coughing fit and an accident. So let me check my settings real quick with my audio, and I see dots popping up. Thank you very much. I'm gonna be super paranoid about that now. Did you ready?
Oh, actually, I was gonna see if you could do the lotion before you did. That's right there. But it's been burning my hands for some reason, so I had to touch it.
Okay, give me them tootsies.
Need it for both.
So I guess we'll see how dead this area of my hand is.
It's still so bad. I have to wear the ink brace now. I can't go without it.
Did you not put it on?
No, I weren't.
But even with it, it's fairly okay.
It's practically making the back of my hand hurt, the back of my heel raw and shit. I had to wear it over my sock this time. It's cutting in. It cut me before.
See, I would put an ace bandage on you, but I feel like that would end up A, tightening up at your foot swell, and B, moving out of place.
And making my foot raw.
You sitting there like this.
So,
Oh, in my comment, I forgot to mention to Rewild University. I put some people onto him now, and
yeah.
they're gonna go and leave a comment saying that they found him through the Modern Native.
Hell yeah.
So even though he's at 56,000, he answers every comment and reads everyone. So you'll see that I'm sending people to him. Hope he appreciates it. He's a genuine dude, so I'm sure he will. Next.
Thank you. Next.
Rocky Mountain Life Prospecting was like, when I was having the difficulties, he was like, you need to have that old school, how did he put it? The old school, please wait, we're having technical difficulties picture from the old TV.
Yeah.
I was like, I know, right?
Oh. Oh. I gotta get a brace for this one too. That hurts. Yeah.
You have a compression fracture.
Great. That's why it hurts so bad.
That stress fracture from compressing and standing on it, stuff like that.
I don't sit.
And it's all pavement
It's all tile.
on concrete floor with tile. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
What they should have is mats back there. But that makes it harder to clean. Oh yeah. Okay.
and I can't feel you pushing on the bottom of my foot. I don't feel any of that. I feel it when you touch the top though. And my ankle and the back of my heel. That's it. I got my legs.
Hi,
The hubby
welcome
was being
back,
a hubby.
Tasha.
Hi, Auntie. I was home from work.
Surprised I didn't get flooded with people with the foot fetish.
It happened.
I like feet.
I know. I like to touch my feet.
Oh. I like. I'm glad you made it home.
Where was she?
She was at her grand's.
How's Graham doing? I just got home.
She said, hello, hello, and I see that LO, but pee-wee, no feet. Her feet barely ever smell, so it's at least pleasant for me. I don't have to deal with the stank foot that I have coming from her.
I like the picture you're using now. You see, I changed mine too. My background and my picture for my.
You can play it out loud. It's fine.
Okay. Let's see how this is gonna go. His claws are actually out. What did it say?
She said she's doing good. I had Jamie drop me off yesterday so I could spend the night at my grand's. I haven't been able to spend time with her, so she was surprised. I told her to tell both of them, Grandma and Ma, that you said hi and we love them.
Yes. Yes, yes. So did you know that this is part of a playlist that automatically plays when I click on the video?
It's my new videos. What have you ever seen?
I've seen that live.
That's the live I'm on.
No, that's the live you're on. That's the live from last night.
Oh. What do you want to know how I did though?
I just can't believe I had a bloody nose today. Fucking so random. It was so random. Sorry, it's just been going in my mind.
It's not that long.
I'm watching it. It's just the bloody nose keeps going through my mind.
It's being prepared or aware that the unexpected can happen, and training yourself to process that as it happens, to think about the different scenarios that happen, and you train yourself a bit at a time to think about this happens, I'll do this, that happens, I'll do that. Can't prepare for everything, can't think of everything. I think of 100 different scenarios every time I'm doing anything, even just walking down the road, take the short that I made. Can think of it, a dozen things I could have done on my way down. Or when I'm out deeper in the woods, going on a hike, camping, even getting firewood down the road. There's bears, quite often, coyotes, feral, mangy, rabid-ridden foxes come out of nowhere. If I'm not paying attention, I'm not being mindful. Something happens. So, the reason I say a true survivalist isn't what you do. It isn't the preps that you make. It isn't the training or the skill sets that you have, the mindset. Always expect the unexpected. That's not tomorrow. Because if it's unexpected, you can't expect it. And that just kind of boils around to just that there are many things out of control. But what you can't control is yourself. Okay, Tasha.
Well,
She was telling me what she texted me earlier. Well, to tell you.
oh,
Snap action.
I still got some blood.
React. And that breathe. Like something is happening. You can see it. They just can't bring themselves back. I'm always that person who's just how that happens. I see that scenario. Right? That's a kid. And that's a buddy of mine was going around. He ran up, messed with somebody. Somebody got upset about it and was chasing them. The school was up on top of the hill, and on the left side, sheer drop. We go down that all the time, but you have to do it control. Careful when you're going down. I don't know what it was. He saw him running, saw him being chased. He turned and went towards the hill. And you know the story.
I do. I know the story very well.
I just started bolting.
I only know the story of this story because of
Shut.
because of everything.
Started running sideways across the
That's what happens when you marry your childhood sweetheart.
He gets shut. I see him on the hill. He gets shut. That's running across. He tumbles as a teacup down the hill. Midway through the hill, there's these large drainage ditches built with rocks. Some of them look like a simple drop. I meet him as he's tumbling just ditches. I tackled him with my body across the hill. My lower end slid through the ditch, but I was able to pin him through the hill and stop him. He broke his leg in 3 spots. But if I hadn't caught him, even the paramedics said that drop at that angle, going, he was snapped his neck. He broke his back. One way or another, that would not have turned out good.
That's all cut.
My phone cut off.
So
because so I kept going mid-sentence.
Same. That was like right at the beginning when my mind started working like this. So
And I'm waiting for someone to notice. They're not.
Besides me.
Yeah. I know. But
Wait. I'm not gonna be here all day Sunday.
I didn't know what times you work. You couldn't become. You're gonna be working Sunday night, right?
I go in at 1 and I don't get off until 10.
So, Tasha, did you hear that? I
I thought
actually
they were
forgot
coming
about
Saturday. I'm off Saturday.
that. It's
So I won't even get to see them.
they might come early enough. Just kind of.
I might have to go in at 12.
So, Tasha, what time are you planning on coming?
Stop rubbing your hand.
I wasn't. I was doing this.
Yes, but that is also rubbing your hands.
No, it's not.
Rubbing your lighters to your hand. Rubbing your lighter to your hand. You're rubbing your hand.
This isn't hurt.
Don't jump.
This isn't. This is hurt. This isn't.
Yeah,
So I'm not even.
saying it's annoying.
How long have I been left? Right there. Oh, oh.
You can literally do
Yes.
Well,
After I took the dogs out, I went live.
I'm going to wash these shorts real quick and then I'm going back to
Mhm. We finished smoking for a
It's been done for a while.
You dreaming? He makes the cutest sounds while he's dreaming. Come snatch. I love his nickname because it's so funny when you say it the right way, but if you say it too fast and you think about it, it sounds so wrong. But I love it.
Kind of hear your deep breathing, heavy breathing.
I was Russian. Oh.
I have to be there an hour after close.
Is my thing still pinned?
thing.
Okay.
I didn't realize I was this far in camera.
Yep. Sorry, everybody. I'm just answering a message from the Crumb. I can't type on this.
So I got mac and cheese, so we could have mac and cheese with the chicken. And maybe you can thaw out those green beans. I'm pretty sure those are being cooked up. Oh, I'm just gonna stop. It's been the only thing that helps me with my hydration. The cough drops make me sick.
Oh,
Like they just make my stomach so upset. I almost got a nerd's rope. They had it at the General for $1, and I almost got it for $4.
so, hey there, everybody. But I'm pretty sure, quite literally, there's one person hanging out because one of the four is me, you, and her.
And mine's just 2.
Huh.
Yeah. It's a good. It's a correction. A lot.
Probably.
Don't you have sound?
I can't hear myself through that. I don't have a delay.
Oh, it's an actual octopus. Oh, yeah. Some octopus. Anyone who gets that, we need to be friends. Want to bottom up octopus?
I'm on time.
Oh God. Oh, never mind. I got to eat a pea.
You know, with my teeth, I mash them. I can't. Sorry, folks.
You think you
Had to do a
brave,
quick dental check on the boy. He's
checks are
got
always a good thing.
his two teeth on either side were kind of sticking out a little more, but the one side was just patting the side of his face, and even when I was patting, he just kept moving away. So we wanted to check that tooth. He seems fine now. I think he was chewing on his bone too rough. Playing tug of war with the boy. Going for a ride. And probably a walk.
That'd be good.
I'm just getting ready.
You can still kiss me.
Sorry, everybody. I hit the wrong button. I am going down to stack the old guy's wood. Help him out. Well, not stack it, bring it in the house. So, I'm going to try to set you guys in a good spot where you can see and I can talk to you. Kasploosh. Gotta do the do. Sorry. The bushcraft homestead. Oh yeah. I like making those jokes. Mike. Alright, I'm setting up to that's a decent spot. Setting up to do the wood. I'm just getting the angle right. Yeah, not a bad shot. Because when I'm out of the way this way, that's not a bad shot. Yeah, there we go. Check your angles, people. Where were you again, Mike? Because quite a few spots. It's like 2 feet. That's a snow bank. You're in Ohio, weren't you? If I remember right. Where am I thinking? I know you, Mike, but I can't remember. I'll be back. And without further ado, what's nice is the weather cleared up, so I have enough time to get his wood in, but I will have to go cut some more for myself tomorrow because I couldn't do it earlier because it was just too nasty to be running a chainsaw. I didn't want to mess up, damage it, and I'd be stuck without a way to get the firewood. Oh, so Central Illinois, that's right. Have a good one, Mike. Thanks for stopping in. Bonus ASMR wood clacking. There you go. Look at that. Who is hanging out? Hey,
I was playing you some music while you work.
you were calling me a song. I just heard you.
Can you make it smaller?
Who, you or me?
Me.
You don't want to be
So,
on the screen,
well, I don't
or
mind being on the screen, but can you make it like down in your can?
in the
Well,
corner?
you're on the phone. I'm not sure how it works on your phone. There you go, like that. That way
Okay,
they
cool.
can watch you work and hear me play.
Awesome. Thank you for doing that.
I figure
I'm
if
still
I hear
gonna.
you work while you're working, makes the work go a little easier.
Yeah, I still want to be able to keep up with the chat. So, but absolutely, it definitely helps me out. Helps me focus. I'll try to look in. I'll try not to interrupt you while I'm looking in and answering the chat. So
You're
just
fine. Can you hear me when you got your earpiece working?
yeah. I
All
figured
right.
out what the issue was. It's the pattern of it. I have to go on without my Bluetooth on at all when it messes up like that. It's my first time going in. It's fine if I have the Bluetooth on and I'm turning on the stream for the first time. But if it messes up like that and I get booted off and I've got to come back on, it won't accept the Bluetooth. Like it just won't. It won't translate what it's trying to do no matter how many times I switch it. I have to straight up turn my Bluetooth off on the phone and
And redo it.
and then I can go in and then turn it back on once the mic is registering. It'll register the switch, but not the I just got a phone call and I was trying to play sound. What the hell is going on here? So
Yeah, yeah.
so but I appreciate that.
I'm playing for this guy. My husband told me to stop.
Hey Grey Wolf. How's it going, Cliff? You not a
So,
fan?
well, he said that I was interrupting your live because you're trying to keep up with your chat.
No, it's still fine. I just was paying attention. That's why I was about to unmute it, say hi, and I've been enjoying it. I like the music. That's why when you stopped, I looked back like, what happened?
My husband was giving me a hard time from the other room and told me, knock it off. and I muted myself and explained. I said, he's loading wood and looking at the chat, is what he said. So,
Yeah, because if I needed to say anything at any point in time, people were just saying hi and everything else.
what I'll
It's
do,
just
since he's not much of a fan, I guess, so I'll shut my door so I won't bother him so much. I'll be back.
alrighty.
Mateo, go to sleep. Switch hands.
Mickey,
What?
my and on my bed.
Oh gosh, we got a disaster. There's an ant in the bed. Stay there. Where is it?
I went there.
Where?
Right there.
Hmm.
It's right there. It's right there.
I killed it.
You killed him? You killed him?
I killed it.
Let me see Anna. How is
He's gone. I killed him. I squished him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's squished.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
There you go. Lay down.
Thank you. I'm pleased.
Come on.
I can see my Anna. Ah!
Fix in your blanket.
Okay.
Now go to sleep. No playing or I'm going to take that away. Go to sleep.
The face wasn't at you. I was reading the chat. Sorry.
Okay, I thought maybe you wanted to say hello to anybody, so I'd be quiet for a minute.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Plus, it gives you a chance to breathe.
We had an ant disaster. I've been getting
I
these
heard.
big, giant ants, and mostly they stay in my bathroom around my sink. But there was one in the baby's bed, and he don't like it much.
I'm immune. I'm immune to bugs crawling on me. It happens all the time. In the middle of the night, I'll feel like that when I was out camping for 5 months straight. I feel the spider crawling down. I just in my sleep be like,
Oh, he freaks out at even the little tiny ants. He is a city kid, or he's not much of a camping that much, so he hasn't gotten accustomed to getting dirty and bugs. He don't even like to get dirty. He don't like it. He's
we've all been there at some point.
yeah.
Gray Wolf dropped his link or someone's link. Awesome.
Me, when I was a kid, I made mud pies. I think I probably even tried to eat one once.
See, from falling down, I always got dirt in my mouth. That was one thing I never did was trying to actually eat dirt on purpose.
I don't know if I did or for real or not, but I know I used to take old pie pans that my stepmom would throw away, and she'd give them to me to play with outside, and I'd make them mud pies.
See, I was a branch chewer because I thought it looked cool because having a stick out of your mouth, making
Yeah,
like the cowboy style kind of thing, just chewing on a what I thought was a stick at that age.
yeah.
So,
Mateo, go to sleep. Nap
so how
time,
you doing,
kid.
Cliff? She's helping me out. She's playing music while I do some work. It's making it easier for me, and just hanging out, waiting for people to come in and chat, see if anybody wants to do something. She's just been kind of jamming out with me most of the day. She's awesome. Appreciate that. Definitely do.
Come on. Sorry about that. Come on. Stay. Sorry about that. Let me get my smaller one. Different sound. Be right back. One second.
I was just telling the wife how I like the Navajo one a little better.
The littler one?
Yeah.
Oi. Sorry about that. Why is it squealing on me? All right. I'm going to step outside for a minute, Native. I'll be back.
Alrighty. Whew. So, I mean, we're almost 8 hours in. So, for everybody joining, watching the replay, I should say. I think I'm going to drop a code word at random. I mean, a lot of code words. So, by the end of it, let's see who gets any of them. Woodworking. Or stacking it. Stacking it. There we go. There's your word. There's your code phrase. Stacking it. Spell it how you want it. Anybody wants to come up? Hit the link. I'll see the little red dot. Excuse me. Sorry. Got my mic with me. Some people like the sound of the wood clacking, but I don't know if they can hear it over my breathing. It's one of the tricks I've been using to make sure I don't push too hard, is making sure I take measured breaths and trying not to get to the point where I'm too huffy. I'm huffing, I'm pushing too hard. But it gets done. Being able to move at a quicker, steady pace is better than rushing it and getting yourself hurt. If anybody remembers some of my older videos, I just played the one more game. One more. Let me know if anybody has been around long enough to know that one on my channel. I mean, not like in general. I would. Hey everybody, I'm still here. Just being respectful. See you in a few minutes.
I am so sorry, Native, if I was doing something wrong. I'm sorry if playing the piano was wrong.
Huh?
I'm sorry if you didn't want me to play the piano.
I didn't say none of that.
Oh, no, I wanted to make sure I wasn't being disrespectful.
I didn't hear you until just now.
Oh, I was playing the pan flute, Native American pan
No,
flute.
I love the pan flute, but I didn't hear you until just a second ago. Until
Uh,
right when you spoke, that was when I heard you.
oh, okay. Well, I was playing Can't Help Falling in Love in pan flute. on the organ. So
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, sorry. You muted yourself. I went to go change the layout, and the option was unmute. You had already muted yourself. You must have just unmuted a second ago, because I didn't
yeah.
hear you until you spoke. I never heard music.
Well, I'm still learning. I'm still learning to play
Yeah.
it, but I got it set on pan flute because the flute doesn't actually sound so much like a flute to me. Let's see. I'll put it on flute and see what happens.
Oh, so you actually came at a perfect time, and that actually didn't sound too bad. I liked it. It was a little off than the way an actual flute would sound, but I mean, the tones were there, the sounds were there. So I mean, it definitely sounds nice. But you're right, it doesn't quite sound like a flute.
Yeah, and I don't know the keys. I don't, like I said, I never actually learned professionally how to play the flutes that I play. I just play them by ear and what sounds right to me.
Yeah,
So yeah,
there.
and
There's a
I'm
nice.
still learning the organ. I don't know what I did with
So he's putting the dog away for me, so I can go inside. The one that's a little aggressive. Uh, she just gets loud and barks a lot, so I'm not really worried about it. But it's just be a pain in the ass. So he's putting her away, so I can go in and load up his wood. I'm gonna leave it on the woods. If you want to play around, play whatever you want. It
Okay,
I can still hear you, but I'll be on mute, so it's
as long
loud in
as
there.
your audience don't mind.
No,
I don't want.
everybody's been enjoying it, and I'm just doing it
Okay,
for a marathon right now. When I sit down and I start carving, people will come in because they like to see the carving and stuff like that, and that's when I'll be able to really push my fund to get the Jeep fixed. Trying to get funding for that, so that way I can get the transportation going and all that. Uh,
okay.
that's when I'll really push it. So right now it's just I'm doing a marathon. I'm trying not to stop. So it's just nice scenery, soothing music. It's an ASMR moment.
Well, I'll do my best. Like I said, I'm still learning, so I hope people don't mind my mess ups.
And do you want to stay small like that, or do you want to be
Yeah, just be small. They could.
okay?
I've got it focused on the keyboard right now more than myself.
Okay, I was just I like to offer people what they're comfortable with. I could have gone to solo and just had you as the background sound, or could have you there because some people like seeing the
Well,
playing.
if you can
Like,
just have the background sound, that's fine. I wouldn't mind that.
okay, takes a little bit of the pressure off,
Yeah.
so you can just kind of focus on playing and not worrying about how it looks or whatever. You can just play and play around, and I'll
I'm
let you
gonna
know before I bring you back up.
I'm gonna put it back on the pan flute though because I think I like the way the pan flute sounds better.
Alrighty, I'm li- I'm listening, but I'll be on mute now. So
All right.
have fun, and thank you so much for hanging out and taking over the show for a little bit.
You're welcome.
I'll see you in a little bit. It's just going to
All
take a few
right.
minutes.
Sorry about that. I messed up. Try this. Still learning, people. Let's try 1 second. Got all kinds of instruments. Hmm. I still need more practice on that. I'll end the piano with that. Thank you guys for your patience and he will be back, I'm sure. Thank you for taking care of the troll. Go back to the flute. One second. All right, I don't know if Native can hear me, and I hate to leave him hanging like this.
I'm almost done. Just so you know.
Okay, I gotta go because a friend of mine asked me to show on their stream tonight. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Couldn't hear you there for a minute. All right, hun. You have an awesome life. Oh, and I hope you get the
Thank you for
donation.
hanging out and playing some music. It was awesome. Sorry to cut you off there.
You and Miss Native have a good night.
Thank you, and I'll see you some other time. I'll
All
be
right.
going for still another while. So
All right. Good night, everybody.
good night. Sorry, everybody. I'm almost done. I just got a little bit more, but with the dog barking, you don't want to hear. I didn't say anything. I'm coming in. We'll talk in a second. Oh, sorry about that, everybody. There. Lost my soda for a second. Phew. Sorry that took me a bit, people. Sorry about Hey everybody, I'm back. Still only two of you, so I'm pretty sure that's just me and the wife. But whatever. Hey everybody on the replay who actually stuck around. Let's do a code word of awkward pauses or awkward silence. There you go. All right, everybody. I'm cooking dinner. So I am making fried chicken with mac and cheese. Hey there, everybody. I'm still here, just making some dinner. The sound of doing the chicken was just a little annoying over the mic, I'm sure. So I muted it. And chicken's almost done. Waiting on the mac and cheese. Then we're going to go up and I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do with you guys while we're eating. Because I don't like eating on camera. So. Hey there, everybody. Dinner's almost done. Just cooking over there. But yeah, just hanging out. Be a little bit more energetic in a bit, probably when I'm carving later on. But we'll be checking in. If anybody wants to come up, I will drop the link again. And sorry about the lighting. I didn't set up a light for down here to film like I normally do. I'm just cooking dinner real fast. Like I said, this is a day in the life, so I'm just kind of showing you guys everything I do, taking you along for the ride, and of course pushing our fundraiser and hanging out in the chat, all that jolly stuff. I'm sorry. It's just there's a lot of really dumb sounds that I don't want to be making. It's what I was enjoying when Victoria May was helping me out. She was playing some music, even if she was just practicing what she was trying to learn. Like it was just something going on other than the sounds I was making, which just kind of sound either gross, annoying, or stuff like that. So I was trying to avoid that. Tasha, we were just looking at that picture you're drawing. That looks freaking awesome. If you're still listening. I turn the camera on and the number drops. Scare them all away.
On my ugly marriage.
You gorgeous. You tough.
Yes, Natasha, we know you're still here. You get to hang out with us without actually being here. Oh my, let me hang out. I'm so full. God, he makes me feel so fat sometimes. He just cooks food so good.
That's your thing.
Oh, I got green?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Can I get a oh yeah? Come on, give me a oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Why does that get you two going every time? Hi. And it's always as soon as I turn stuff back on. I did say it a few times when I was cooking it. I made breaded fried chicken with some little extra fried bread balls, breading balls, and mac and cheese. Go lay down.
Doorway. Look.
There we go. Get mad.
She said, look at our face. Took a screenshot. I like it. Looks like we're having fun.
Probably.
I like that, Aunt Tasha. I do, because it makes it look like we're having fun, which we are. Having a good time. So, look at that.
You good?
There looks a lot in the background. I told you I didn't get anything. I tried. There wasn't anything wrong. That was loud as shit. I had to look over here because I didn't know what happened.
Sorry about that. I can't help it. I gulp loud.
I noticed.
So I think I'm actually going to get around to carving some sticks. About that time.
That's about time. It's about that time. Why did this lady look at me? For some reason, there's been this constant talking in the background audio. Not that it's like speaking, but it's like a constant non-secular.
You know, I'm going to make that face.
Yes, I'm
sorry.
I think it's because I don't think that's that. So then I'm just sitting here. Maybe should have gone with them.
And yeah, I remember I was there when we were talking about that with the drawing a catfish. I'm happy you started because that looks awesome already.
For everyone who can't see on the replay, she sent it to the text.
She said now that she has this on the TV, she can do other stuff with the phone. That's a lot easier.
I wish I had the TV. I'd have to.
I know. I'm not looking forward to looking at what my dad looks like. No, it's the fucking email and
I know
every
it's an
other
email.
fucking notification that I get through this shit. That phone goes off for everything if the screen is on.
Oh, I know it's an email. And then
It's actually freaking irritating. I try to remember to remind you to grab one of the flat pieces to make for her dojo set. And yeah, this is another one. I've got like 10 over here, mostly done. Then I got 4 or 5 downstairs. I just gotta add the wood burning and just finishing details and wraps. So I have plenty available that are ready to be claimed.
What the fuck was that?
It's not.
That was crazy.
Oh, you should have heard it earlier. The whole side of the house shook. Random and proud. How's it going? Doing all right. I had a busy day. I'm heading towards 11 hours on stream, and I was just showing everybody. It was actually a easier day than most. I had enough wood, so I didn't actually have to go and cut some more firewood for myself. But I did help the neighbor with his wood, and that took a while. And I captured most of it on stream. Um, did my water run this morning. Hung out with a Canadian fishing musician. That was a lot of fun. And then Victoria May Life Unfiltered stopped in. She hung out for a while, multiple times, playing some native flutes for me and practicing her music. It was a lot of fun. Uh, she was able to do that when I wasn't able to talk because I was doing stuff. Because I was trying to do a day in the life kind of thing, capture everything, and the only time I stopped the stream is when I had technical difficulties or when I was eating. So it was a fun day, and shared a bunch of tips and thoughts, and had a bunch of deep conversations. It was a pretty good day. Uh, yeah, Jay Fox. Look forward to hearing from you, J5. Thank you. A trekking pole. Trekking pole would usually, from my height, I like a walking stick personally to be taller than me. Cane or a staff would be either really long or yeah, 4 feet, about this height. But a trekking pole would be shorter, capped out about 6 inches shorter than that. And they would be more utilitarian and rugged the way I would be doing them, because I would know that the trekking pole would be under harder use. That makes sense. Oh, that was yours. It sounded close. trying to picture what it wants to be. Too aggressive with that. Went farther up than I wanted to. Messed up the
I know it's so bad. I don't even know why.
Probably because you were between the ovens, you got too close. And that's not like a smart ass answer. The air was so dry and
That's
your
what I was
sinuses.
thinking, to be honest. Because it was so hot.
And you were messing around with boxes, so there was dust. So I imagine you sneezed.
Oh, even more than a lot. Say that.
Sorry, I keep making faces at you. Trying to read to see if there's any chats. Sorry, everybody. I just get super focused on doing this sometimes. And it's borderline therapeutic. I just get into a zone and I just go at it. I'm not far off. I have a big towel when you're done stretching your brain. So I can't think of his name at the moment. I'm just but this is for someone who donated this morning. And somebody that donated this morning, he wanted a slightly shorter walking stick. He's about an inch taller than me, and this is just a little bit short for me. So I think it would work. And this bottom can be snipped off, but the way I have it set up, it's almost like a measuring stick. It's roughly 6 inches or so. That should be fine. The first 6 inches, I'm staining darker because when he's hiking around with it and he goes to use it as a lead stick if he's unsure about how soft the ground is, you could use it to see how far it's sinking in. And he doesn't have to worry about this getting darker because it's stained dark for that purpose. And at the bark line, and then above that, if it's sinking that far, he doesn't want to go there. That's just way too much sinkage by just stepping forwards. So that's like his warning line, which when I coat it, it will be a orangish color because of the way the bark is going to stain, just naturally, the way it ages when it gets stripped like this. So if he starts covering up that orange line, he knows that he needs to look for firmer ground. Putting some thought into it. That's what I do with all of them, but I'm just kind of like walking you guys through my process.
Saw that.
It just released fast. It wasn't like that slip that went like that to my swipe. I wasn't. Hello.
Why don't have language on it?
You just give me 1 minute. I'll help you, and I won't be quiet. Yeah, look at that. That's so pretty.
Yeah.
And this is gonna go orange. You know how one dries.
Yeah.
Cooties.
Oh, dude. Good night, y'all. I have work. Really.
It's alright, Tasha. You draw away. She says she's still here. She's just working on her catfish. Yeah. Oh. Getting on grave. And if you're still watching Swampland, this would be like a trekking pole. So let me work on finishing this a little more to give you like a full example. I'm getting a good variety to show examples. After this, I need to make a cane, but I'll be doing that tomorrow. In between finishing his load of wood, which that was only half of what I needed to do, but it'll be fine for tonight, and I'll be able to finish it tomorrow. And the cane will have to wait until tomorrow, so that way I can get it freshly green, steam it, and bend it, and then let it dry. That'll be the easiest way for me to make the cane. Then I'll have examples to show everybody, so it'll be easier for them to decide. This is a trekking pole, that is a staff, that is a walking stick. There is a designation because each one is intended for a different purpose, so it's slightly styled slightly differently, if that makes sense. So let's see. This is definitely going to be like the OG replay champions of the world at this point. The code word for this section of today going to go with "there's a difference." I wonder if you put everything together, what kind of phrase you come up with if you got all the code words. There's a challenge. Oh, that actually is a really good idea. I'd get like a shit ton of watch hours from that. If I made a post about there's this live has multiple code words, so if you can get all the code words out of it and see if it makes a sentence, I don't know, I gotta think of some sort of special surprise. Like, you win a deer skin. Yeah, there you go. Fuck yeah. Because after I do the live on Patreon, which will be streaming through YouTube, so for anybody who makes a donation that wants to get a hold of me to watch that, I can send you the unlisted link, so that way, if you want to, you can watch that too, and that'd actually be a pretty good option. So there you go. I'll make a post tomorrow about that. Because then everybody's going to have to watch it all the way through that wants to get a deer skin. And that's really close to 12 hours right now. And pretty soon I'm going to have to switch my earbud again. That's how long. And for a change, I'm actually carving on a black birch. Not a silver birch, this one. stronger smell to it, definitely. Because black birch is sweet birch. It's actually one of the best ones to tap if you want birch scent. And you would actually tap it the end of winter, coming into spring, when usually they tap the maples in the fall for a better harvest, because it's just all that sap that they produce all year settling down because of the freeze. So, thickening up or whatever. But rather, you want a birch, which has been absorbing the moisture in the water all winter, because it is one of the few that, even when it loses its leaves, it is still photosynthesizing and absorbing carbon dioxide. So all winter it is still producing moisture and oxygen and absorbing moisture and producing oxygen. So it's actually one of the best beneficial trees, honestly, in my opinion, because it produces more even in the winter than a pine tree. And obviously, you can tap it for the sap in the spring as the thaw comes in. So that way, it's useful for birch beer and as an additive for tea. I like doing that because it has, I said it earlier, but antibiotic, antioxidant booster kind of effect. And I like the taste, especially on the black birch. It's super sweet. And it's called sweet birch. Sorry, I know that was a roundabout and long. Still have to stray. But the free use. The free use one. It's a better sound than what I had going on. It's a better sound than what I had going on. So this would be your basic. I'm talking to them. So good. So this is your basic. Okay. This is your basic trekking pole. I'm just talking to them. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're going to bed. I love you. I'm talking to them. So you don't have to try to hear me. You can just focus on the music. You said you can't hear me over it anyway. So there you go. I love you. This is your basic trekking pole that I was trying to explain. It's just about head height when I'm sitting down. So it's not bad. That's maybe 4 feet tall. But it's strong. I love birchwood. Birchwood is super strong. It has a nice tight grain on it. Huh? Thank you. Hmm. Yeah. So how's everybody doing tonight? Says 5 are watching. Who's working? Who's creeping? Who's hanging? Four. Sorry. Did I make you subconscious? Working on kind of a longer walking stick for a taller guy or staff. I feel like there was someone this morning or last night that wanted a longer staff. They're always creeping. Sir licks a lot. Why do you lick your chops so much? I will be right back. Hey, Sapphire. How's it going? I had to take care of the kerosene heater. I take it outside, turn it off. Most nights it's not too bad outside because when you turn it off, it releases a lot of fumes. I don't want to trap that stuff inside. She's seeping. She's got work in the morning. I'm gonna be joining her here shortly, but just finishing it up. Wanted to get to 12 hours. I've been 11 hours and 53 minutes. So I'm doing a marathon trying to get donations up to fix the Jeep. It's been slow going, but I wanted to do this marathon run just to show people a day in the life of a modern Jeep. Today was an easy day though. Still a lot, but it was easy day compared to most. I was already stocked up on wood for a couple of days, so I thought I had. But I appreciate you stepping in. I've been doing some carving. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks, MB. I appreciate that. I've been carving after a long day. I've been trying to get some sticks done and still grinding, trying to get those donations to help us out. Wife was working today. She works tomorrow in the morning, so I'm going to be joining her here shortly so I can wake up and make breakfast. And then back at it again.